Good morning and welcome, everyone. I would like to call this meeting of the California Veterinary Medical Board to order. To get started, we will have our roll call.
Ms. Pulowski,
Here.
Bradbury,
Here.
Espinoza,
Here.
Dr. Maniak,
Here.
Mitchell,
Here.
Ms. Orlowski, Dr. Tomlinson,
Here.
Dr. Salcedo.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Now, before we move on to our agenda, the board would like to begin with the land acknowledgement. This serves as a formal recognition of the indigenous peoples whose ancestral lands we gather on today. We respectfully acknowledge the Nisinan, Southern Maidu Valley and Plains Miwok, and Patwin Winton peoples, as well as Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe, the Wilton Rancheria. These communities have stewarded this land for generations and continue to contribute to its cultural and social fabric. This acknowledgement reflects the board's ongoing commitment to fostering respectful relationships and collaboration with tribal nations on matters of mutual interest and concern. Now we will move on to agenda item 2, public comment on items not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Bonnie Lutz. I just had one comment. I understand that you are looking at a definition of surgical procedure. I just wanted to ask that you please have a definition of surgery or a surgical procedure in the Practice Act, because I ran into a situation in a hearing where there was a discussion and we had to basically the judge had to basically decide whether she believed one expert or the other. And I felt that it was something that should be defined in the Practice Act so that we could go to the definition that the board actually looks at. So I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other public comments from the room? I see none. Moderator, can you kindly open the line for any public comments from those participating remotely?
Certainly, this is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment for an item that is not already on the agenda, you may look for the hand icon, which is typically at the bottom of your WebEx screen. Although if you are on a mobile device, that might be behind the 3-dot other options. Instructions are on the screen as well. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning, and we ask people to speak only once per agenda item. Are there any comments for items not already on the agenda? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you, Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we move on to agenda item 3, which is the review and approval of board meeting minutes. If the board will recall, in our January meeting, we were not able to review the October 15 and 16, 2025 minutes. And now we have 2 versions of it. The full minutes, which was the traditional way that we've been doing it, which is the direct transcription of the meetings. And now we have a second version, which is the action minutes, which is a shorter summarized version. So does anybody have any comments with regards to these minutes?
So I just want to add to that a little bit. So the full minutes, they're not transcription minutes, but they're more like transcription minutes, but they are summarizing discussions in that meeting, that occurred during the meeting. And if you recall, it was right after I started in like 2018, we had talked about how long the minutes were and transitioning to action minutes. And at the time it was decided we were going to have a hybrid. We were going to try action minutes, but we were going to summarize discussions that occurred that weren't mentioned in the memos themselves. So the summaries were going to be included and then all of the actions, obviously. And with that, though, as you all know, we have very robust discussions during the meeting, and it can be very, very long. And when you have the challenge of trying to summarize what's being discussed, you have concerns that maybe it didn't include things that board members wanted it to include. There's been times where it'll say that a member said something and they didn't, they say during the meeting they didn't say it. We find out they did say it, but they didn't mean it. You have individuals who are saying things that may not be entirely accurate, that then stakeholders would use that against us. And I've just had one that was 10 years ago that they then quoted some things that were said. So it just is inherently challenging. Plus, not to mention, it's very, very time consuming, mainly for Justin. So thank you, Justin. But it takes weeks for him to do. Plus, I mean, right now we're looking at close to 60 pages for meeting minutes. So when we looked at it, we looked at the legal obligations that we have when it comes to minutes. And I talked with Tara and with our reg counsel, Elizabeth, on what has to legally be in the minutes. And the action minutes do comply with all the legal requirements. So in the action minutes, though, the goal was for it to be helpful for historical purposes as well. So if we do want to know what the board decided or what was said or who said it, we would still have access to all of that information. You'll see that there's hyperlinks directly to the discussions, hyperlinks directly to the public comment. There's hyperlinks to the meeting materials. We do put a disclaimer at the bottom that the hyperlinks are controlled by third party. The videos are provided for courtesy only, and the official record are the actions that the board took. So that's what's in there. And we do, if for whatever reason, if something happens with YouTube and they go down, we do have the videos on our, and we can, there right now DCA has them, we can store them on our server. So I'm not concerned that we're gonna just lose videos. But I just think that this is more concise. It's more to the point. It has documents everything the board did. And if anyone wants to know what was said, they can watch it for themselves. We did have a similar discussion with the MDC yesterday. And the MDC didn't vote on which one they did, because it ultimately is up to the board of how you want to keep minutes for what the board and the MDC do. But they provided feedback and they preferred to have action minutes. And Christy can share her thoughts on that because she shared her thoughts. But it seemed like there was a consensus that they preferred action minutes. So what we did is we put full minutes there because you already had them. And then I had Justin draft the action minutes both for October and for January. So we're asking that you provide input on what one that you prefer. And then you can just vote on which one you want to adopt. And then we would do this, whatever you decide here, we would also do with the MDC. So.
Yeah, I will share what I shared yesterday, and that is that I do prefer the action minutes. And that is because, as you all know, I go back and I compare I watch the video and I compare the minutes every meeting. And there is no way that we can accurately reflect what is said in our meeting, no matter how hard we try. But the intent is never really truly on the paper. And so I think that it is better to have action minutes because capturing the intent in written word is impossible. And so I think it is better to have action minutes. I think they are better and they can capture meetings. And I think for legal purposes, I think it's also better. So that is my preference, and that's what I prefer.
Are you looking for a motion?
Yeah, so we'd want a motion to approve the.
January and October.
Yes, exactly.
We do have a correction in them, and there is a correction for October. I sent it in, and it is on page 7, I believe.
Is it
6
Was it the, sorry, is it the full minutes though that you did the correction?
for both. It's
Okay.
for October full minutes on page 6, and it's Macy Kirk is actually Marcy Kirk.
Okay.
Should be Marcy Kirk, and it's on both the October and, on the full and the action minutes. So that's if we do make a motion for, which I can make a motion to approve as amended with the correction of Macy Kirk, it should be Marcy Kirk.
And just to clarify, you're approving the action minutes? Yes?
Do we want to approve both or just?
We don't need
to
both.
approve?
We just
Okay,
want the
so
official
yeah,
record.
I would,
Yeah,
yeah.
that,
If everybody
that
approves
was
of
my
the
motion
action.
for the action.
I think there are other comments.
Yeah, that's why I was waiting for comments.
Any other comments from the other board members?
Just to clarify, so did you make
No.
the motion or no? You made the motion,
No,
Christy?
she did not.
She did not?
She did not.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no motion.
I just want to make sure, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will make the motion then.
Yeah,
Okay, go
but
ahead.
let us listen to
But
comments
then we need a
first.
second, then we
Yeah,
get comment.
I know. He was
Yeah.
waiting.
You can make a motion, go ahead.
Yeah, if he wants, he can make it.
Well, I'm just saying we need a motion before we comment. So there's a proper way. The motion to approve the action item of the October and the January with the edits that were just recommended.
I will second.
Now comment? Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I definitely support the action minutes. The city of Fieldsburg actually went through this recently of trying to decide what to do with their minutes. We were very, very far behind, and we got a threat of a lawsuit, actually, because the minutes were behind, and it takes tremendous amount of time. We had our clerk, and that along with the PRAs, our clerk was spending her whole time just doing those two things. So we have recently switched to action minutes, and I think they really reflect, especially these with the links, the hyperlinks. It's probably more accurate in the long run than the others. So I definitely would support it. And when we weren't able to do the October ones, I said to Jessica, "Well, why don't we just do action minutes?" And she's like, "Well, there's a whole story behind that." So anyway, thank you.
Any other comments?
I was just for clarification, do we want to have a motion to move forward with action minutes going forward? Do we need a motion for that?
At this point, there's a motion and a second. There should be discussion, public comment, and a vote on the pending motion before another motion is discussed.
Understood, but the motion was to approve action minutes to a meeting I did not attend, so I have to abstain, by the way. But my question was, do we first need to make, should there have been a motion to moving forward utilizing action minutes versus?
Correct.
So I don't think we need a motion for that. It's just
Okay.
direction of how you'd like to see it. And then in the
Perfect.
future, it'll be that format.
Thank you.
No more comments, so we would like to open it up for public comment in the room with regards to the minutes. I see none. Moderator, could you open up the line for those attending remotely?
Certainly, this is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the motion or the minutes, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Instructions are on the screen. We ask people to speak for 3 minutes, and we will give a 15-second warning. And we ask people to speak only once per agenda item. Are there any comments on the minutes or the motion? I do not see any requests for comment, so I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Pulaski,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury,
Yes.
Dr. Espinoza,
Yes.
Manyak,
Yes.
Hill, Ms. Orlowski, Dr. Tomlinson,
Yes.
Dr. Solocito,
Yes.
motion carries. So he did October and January.
Okay, so now we're moving on to our agenda item 4, which is the report and update from the Department of Consumer Affairs.
All right, good morning, board members and staff. My name is Lucia Saldivar, and I'm the Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations at the California Department of Consumer Affairs. It is a pleasure to meet all of you this morning. I was appointed to this position by Governor Newsom last fall after having worked in the legislature for nearly 8 years, most previously serving as a chief of staff. I have been making my way to all the board meetings, so thank you so much for the opportunity to provide a brief update from the department. Firstly, I wanted to remind members about the upcoming reorganization of DCA's oversight agency, the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency. This agency will be split into two new state agencies, the California Housing and Homelessness Agency and the Business and Consumer Services Agency. The new Business and Consumer Services Agency will be responsible for consumer affairs, licensing and enforcement, and the Department of Consumer Affairs, which will be one of the 8 departments in the new agency. These two new agencies will officially become operative this summer, July 1st, 2026. And DCA continues to participate in multiple agency work groups to work on the logistics required for this transition. We will continue to keep board leadership apprised throughout the months ahead for that transition. And next, DCA would like to remind members and staff that for board business, booking your travel in advance can secure the best rates. Also, evaluate if a rental car is always necessary, and carpooling is always highly encouraged when renting vehicles. We know that there's some new travel costs, such as baggage charges, that some board members are experiencing, so please keep receipts to ensure that you can be reimbursed timely. And just some quick training updates for members. Board member orientation training, also known as BMONT, is an all-day virtual training that DCA offers, and this training must be completed by members within 1 year of appointment and reappointment to their board. We recently, just 2 weeks ago, held our first session of the year, and we look forward to connecting with even more board members for the next BMONT sessions that are taking place on June 24th and October 21st. So please register for the first available dates using LMS in order to be in compliance. But if you need assistance accessing any training, or if you're unsure whether you're in compliance, please contact us at memberrelations@dca.ca.gov. And to close, thank you for all that you do to protect California's consumers. I'm available for any questions.
I actually just completed the BMOT, and I would say that was a very good training, and I would encourage everyone, when it's your time to do the training, please do so. It was a refresher for me, but I felt like the first time I did it, less of the information stuck. But this time, because after the experience, it actually made a lot of sense, and it made, I guess, my job clearer. So thank you so much for that training.
Of course, happy to hear.
So,
Just so members know, you don't have to wait until you're required to take it. If you want to take it as a refresher, it's a great course to take, and you're encouraged to take it if you just want it now. So you don't have to wait. But also, did get a question from one of the members last night about the appointment of the DCA director. And I don't know if that's tied to, I know the governor has a lot of priorities right now, but I don't know if that's tied to the appointment of the new secretary of the consumer side of the split. Do you know any, and I know you might not even know anything about that, kind of the timing of when they plan on having an appointment of the new director versus, or are they waiting until July to when that split happens to appoint the new agency secretary before they appoint the director?
That's a fantastic question. We don't have any updates on that at this moment, other than the governor's team is definitely looking at those appointments. Yeah, but thank you for the question.
any other questions or comments? I think that's it. Thank you so much, Ms. Salvatore.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, we do public comment? Sorry. So are there any public comments from the room with regards to the DCA report? I see none. So moderator, could you please open up the line for those participating remotely?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment on the DCA update, you may look for the hand icon and click that. And we ask people to limit themselves to 3 minutes with a 15-second warning and speak only once per agenda item. Are there any comments on the DCA update? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our agenda 5, which is the interview, discussion, and possible appointments to fill vacant public registered veterinary technician and veterinarian member positions on the Multidisciplinary Advisory Committee, or MDC. So we would start our interview with our applicant for the public member vacancy, which we have Ms. Bowler.
Members, I just want to state for the record and for the public participants as well, we did have another applicant for the public member vacancy, but that applicant did not qualify as an actual public member. And so we were not able to move forward with that candidate. So we have Ms. Bowler for the candidate position.
So we do have a set of questions, and Dr. Maniak, do you want to get started with the questions?
Thank you, Ms. Bowler, for joining us today. First question would be, to the best of your knowledge, what are the functions of the licensing board and its committees?
Well, I'm the public member, and I'm a very major consumer of all veterinary services in California. So I really appreciate the licensing board and always have. I have a bit of inside knowledge on that because I was a member of the board for 9 years. And the function is primarily to protect the public, both the human owners and the animal patients, and enforce the laws of California, both licensing and discipline. And we have the largest number of licensees in the country, and even more than Canada here. So it's got a lot of work. So I appreciate it a lot. And I think it also does the work of the legislature. When the legislature passes a new statute or law, often it has to go to the board for regulations and implementation. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Mike?
Why are you applying to be a member of the Multidisciplinary Advisory Committee?
Well, I loved my service on the board. I truly enjoyed it, and I was honored to be appointed to the Multidisciplinary Committee 3 years ago. Time flies. And so I'm excited about applying again. I really enjoy serving on the board, even as a public member. I'm certainly not as knowledgeable as a licensee, but I feel like I can speak for consumers at length. And my other work in the legislature, I'm a consultant and have had a lot of work in the building as well as outside the building. So I'm very familiar with how the bill becomes law, how the regulatory process works, and especially the stressors that it puts on all our boards, our professional licensing boards in California. So I feel like I can help in that respect as well. And I love you guys. I love the profession, I have to say. So it's kind of evident.
Do you have any specific advocacy for a cause, a group, or a movement, and how do you promote this advocacy?
Well, I mean, I'm a very partisan Democrat, and I do work there as my professional work. So I promote that all the time. Animal protection, safety, I have been an advocate for that forever. But I would say I'm kind of in the middle of the road there on animal protection. I've been a vegetarian all my life, but I'm not I try to keep, that's all for me personally. And I think I'm a member of many things, but I'm not a complete advocate for any of them. I think it's very important to see all sides, and not everybody thinks the same way I do about a lot of things, as I have found out in this country. Sorry.
Served on MDC, this may be an easy question for you. The MDC meets quarterly for half to full day, and members are typically assigned to several subcommittees, each of which may take an additional 2 to 6 hours per month. Given this information, are you able to make this time commitment to fulfill the needs of the MDC?
Yes, easily I can. And I, like I said, truly enjoy it. So and often,
even as I've been a member of the MDC, I try to come to the board meetings as well afterwards, the next 2 days, just to be up on what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the mandate of the board and the MDC is to protect consumers and their pets, and our recommendations and actions are sometimes unpopular with the general profession. How do you feel about making decisions based on the needs of consumers and their pets, despite possible disapproval of colleagues?
That's always been very easy for me, I think, because I'm so passionate about consumers and good veterinary health care for my pets. So I think I have no problem disagreeing. And but I'm willing to listen. I'm not an expert. I'm not a licensed professional. So I will always speak up, but I am willing to listen. And if others disagree or have very good points, I've been known to change my mind. So, and I will always uphold what the board decides.
Hi, Ms. Buller. Thanks for coming. We assume you're aware of current issues affecting veterinary medicine today. Which issues have affected you directly, and what issues would you like to see the MDC address?
Well, as far as the MDC's addressing issues, I kind of think of it as sort of a reverse. It's whatever the board decrees that the MDC should be addressing is the way I think about it. We have the MDC in my service on the board has addressed significant issues over time, compounding, cannabis, different things like that have taken months and sometimes years to evolve. And that's all based on the board determining what the MDC's project should be, and then coming back to the board and going back to the MDC. So I think the issues in veterinary medicine as a consumer, I see there are a lot, and it's the same in all healthcare professions, access to care in certain areas of the state, geographic areas and economic areas. And a lot of that is outside the purview of the board, unfortunately. It's just an issue nationwide and certainly in Canada. I'm a member of the ICVA, or I was, the International Council of Veterinary Assessments. I was on that board for 9 years as a public member, and I see issues throughout the country. And in Canada, because of that, I'm a committee chair for them, and so I go to their board meetings. I'm still involved, and they're pretty similar throughout the country. And I think everything the board does to help with access to care, even the little ways that they do, like when we determined that we didn't need the NAVLE, which is the test that the graduates take before licensing in California, in the US or Canada, was duplicative to the state test. And also the state test was quite expensive as a high stakes exam as well. And the actions of the board to decide that that was duplicative and we didn't need both tests, I think was helpful for access to care, which is always helpful to consumers. So I think, that's a long way around saying, and I'm a public member on the MDC, so there's a lot of the specifics of the act and the regulatory work that I don't get involved in per se, other than on the subcommittees. But I am always willing to help and pitch in any way I can. So I feel like I'm a pretty highly educated consumer about veterinary services, and I have been for about 50 years. So, but I think the MDC is really at the will of the board. And we're lucky because most states don't have the MDC. And a lot of the boards are sort of struggling, dealing with very important issues that take a long time, and they meet quarterly, and it takes a long time to get things done. So, that was a lot of, probably didn't answer any of it, but.
Ms. Orlowski?
Oh, you can just yell.
Hi, I'm Ms. Bowler. Thank you for your continued interest in serving on the MDC. I've got the easier question. Without getting into specifics, do you have any personal, legal, or professional issues that may potentially prevent you from serving a full term on the MDC?
No, I don't. And I hope I won't. Ever.
My question is, what qualities or traits do you think an MDC member should possess to be effective in serving the committee?
Well, I think really willing to put in the time is a big deal. And especially adding your expertise to the discussion, especially on these subcommittees, which are dealing with some of the specifics, regulatory things, some of which you'll see today. That is critical because if you're not at the table, then other people are having to do the work. And I feel like the MDC is a workhorse committee, and it always has been. And that, I think the time, the commitment, and I understand, I believe the dedication to what this board's mission is, because the board's mission is pretty clear, it's short, and it's protecting public consumers, primarily humans and patients. And I think that's the most important thing.
Thank you. Dr. Maniak, your next question.
Can you think of any position that you hold or activities you are currently involved in that may present a conflict of interest for you to serve as a member of the MDC and a representative of this board?
No, I really don't have any, and I think my work with the ICVA board is more complementary because it's dealing with assessments and veterinary assessments and things like that, that I think help this board as well.
Anything? Is there anything else you'd like to share with the board?
I don't think so. I mean, unless you have more questions for me.
Okay.
But thank you very much for the opportunity. I really, really appreciate it.
Yes.
To sum it up, why should this board choose you to serve on the MDC?
I'm terrible. I don't know, because I really would love to serve, and I will always, I unfortunately missed the January meeting. I think it was the only meeting I've ever missed since 2014 on this board. So, and I apologize for that, but I will work very hard, and I will always be there, and I will always speak up and do the research. So happy, and I'm happy to help wherever I can.
Well, I guess that concludes our interview for our public member. Thank you so much, Ms. Bowler, for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to, is it elect or appoint Ms. Bowler to the MDC as our public member?
I second that.
Okay, are there any other comments with regards to the motion? Okay, I guess we go for a vote. Oh, public comment. Any public comment in the room for the motion to appoint Ms. Bowler to the MDC? I see none. Moderator, could you please open it up online for those that are participating on WebEx?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the motion, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Are there any comments? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now we go for a vote.
Ms. Pulaski?
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury?
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza?
Yes.
Maniak?
Yes.
Ms. Orlowski? Dr. Tomlinson?
Yes.
Dr. Solocito?
Yes,
Motion carries. Congratulations.
congratulations, Ms. Bowler. Now we move on to the RVT vacancy. We start our interview with Mr. Patrick Fung. He's not here yet. Oh, is he virtual? Okay. Moderator, do we have Mr. Fung
Certainly.
on WebEx?
Yes, he has now been promoted. Mr. Fung, you may unmute yourself at will.
Hello, everybody.
There you are. Thank you.
Do we have a video?
Oh, if you'd like to, you may start your video. There you are. Wonderful.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
There
Okay.
you go. Good morning, Mr. Fong. Okay, so we
you?
will good. Commencing with the interview with Mr. Espinosa, starting the questions.
Good morning. To the best of your
Good
knowledge,
morning.
what are the functions of this licensing board and its committees?
Well, for my understanding, is the board is protection the public, ensure safety and ethical care, make sure balance of the animal care and also public safe for the animal. And also, I'm CVMA member of the delegates of House of Delegates. I'm also involved the politics discussion and stay update with the regulation.
Thank you.
So thank you for being here today. Why are you applying to be a member of the Multidisciplinary Advisory Committee of the board?
Because I care about advantaging RVT professional and protect the public. Working in a high volume shelter, I see how regulation affect patient care every day. I want to bring the real world perspective to the MDC. Like the real world, like how the patient care every day, what the shortage of the staff member, everything about the public care the animal and affordable care for the public animal.
Good morning, Mr. Fung. Thanks for coming.
Good morning.
Hi. Do you have any specific advocacy for a cause, a group, or a movement? And how do you promote that advocacy?
For me, I don't think I have anything about because I'm working for the county Department of Animal Service. Basically, very public rights is not involve any private. That's why for me it's very neutral and very like independent without any cause or any private sector. I only serve the public safe or public the animal.
Hi, hi there and welcome and
Hi.
thank you for your interest in serving on the MDC. My question is, the MDC meets quarterly for a full day, and members are typically assigned to several subcommittees, each of which take an additional 2 to 6 hours per month. Given this information, are you able to make this time commitment to fill the needs of the MDC?
I'm fully prepared for delegates the time for meeting for the research and community work. As I mentioned before, I'm working for the public animal shelter. I have a lot of time to save for this decision because like I have my main purposely why I want to join the board because I want to make sure the public animal safe. This is my goal, and also to make sure our RVT voice is be heard and balancing the professional and the public safe as well.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
The mandate of the board and the MDC is to protect consumers and their pets. And our recommendations and actions are sometimes unpopular with the general profession. How do you feel about making decisions based on the needs of consumers and their pets, despite possible disapproval from your colleagues?
I understand not all the decisions will be popular. I will approach based on 3 principles. For example, the public safe first, evidence-based decision making, and transparency. I don't think any colleague will disagree the great evidence based on the decision. And transparency is very good, and I stay respect different opinion, but stay firm with the legally right. Make sure everything is efficacy.
Thank you for your interest in the MDC. The next
Thank you.
question is, we assume that you are aware of the current issues affecting veterinary medicine today. Which
Yes.
which issues have affected you directly, and what issues would you like to see the MDC address?
Well, as I mentioned before, I'm working more with the animal shelter. The workforce shortage is big issue for us, and how the RVT user have affect me directly. And also clear a scope of practical, especially in high demand environment, because it's very impact the patient care and team efficiency. I deal with this every day. I hope the MDC can address more about the shelter, public safe, and public veterinary medical.
Without getting into specifics, do you have any personal, legal, or professional issues that may potentially prevent you from serving a full term on the MDC?
At this time, I don't believe I have anything will prevent me to service the MDC at that point, because as I said, I will, if anything come up, I will disclose it and handle it properly and follow all the guidelines of MDC.
Thank you for that. Now,
Thank you.
what qualities or traits do you think an MDC member should possess to be effective in serving the committee?
As I think MDC's member must be very, I would say, professional, public safe first for sure, and also dealing with the public and the public. Professional and the public. We need to make it balance. Make sure we have a professional voice heard, and also to hear both public. We cannot go to one side. We must take a balance in between them, and also we will hopefully we will helping the public, the people have more veterinary care, because when I'm working in the shelter, I feel like the public need a lot of help in veterinary medicine, because they cannot afford the clothes for the animal. That's why I feel working in the shelter, because every day we have a lot of public asking help for their pet, to take care of them, any like major injury or something else.
Mr. Fung, can you think of any
Yes.
position that you hold or activities that you're currently involved in that may present a conflict for you to serve as a member of the MDC and a representative of the board?
Basically, at that moment, I don't believe I have any conflicts from this service, the board. As I say that before, if anything come up, I will disclose it and handle it properly and follow all the guidelines of MDC.
At this point, is there anything else you would like to share with the board?
I'm passionate about the represent RVT and bringing the real world perspective, like the shelter issue, education, and public service. I'm ready to contribute deeply to community mission at that point.
And then to sum it all up, why should this board choose you to serve on the MDC?
Well, I'm working for this field more than 15 years. I'm the frontline. I have a lot of frontline experience, especially working for the public, like the animal shelter. I see a lot of real world of what's happening now need to be addressed. I want to inside the community. I want to bring the RVT voice to be heard in the board, and also I want to address some issue now. Have how to say the public care, veterinary care of the public, then they can afford the price, and also the professional issue at that moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fong. We will
Thank
continue
you.
with
Thank you for
other
having me.
interviews. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next interviewee is Miss Kristen Spring. All right. Good morning. Okay. Maybe Ms. Orlowski, can you start, please?
Interest in serving. The first question is, to the best of your knowledge, what are the functions of this licensing board and its committees?
Oh,
your microphone.
Microphone is off.
Down at the bottom, there's.
You need, there's a button.
Aha. This board's role is to protect the public by ensuring that the veterinary medicine is practiced safely and in accordance with the established standards, licensing, oversight, and enforcement.
Thank you.
We're keeping it interesting. Sorry. Good morning. Thank you for your interest. Why are you applying to be a member of the Multidisciplinary Advisory Committee of the California Veterinary Medical Board?
Thank you for the question. I have a very rich background. I've been in this industry for over 30 years. And at this point, I am really looking to contribute to my community in a larger way.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you have any advocacy, a specific advocacy for a cause, a group, or movement, and how do you promote this advocacy?
I wouldn't approach this position from a point of advocacy. I have a very deep passion for the human-animal bond. I believe that animals enrich our lives so much, and it's our role and responsibility to make sure that they're cared for safely and appropriately. So I would approach it from that perspective.
The MDC meets quarterly for a half to full day, and members are typically assigned to several subcommittees, each of which may take an additional 2 to 6 hours per month. Given this information, are you able to make this time commitment to fulfill the needs of the MDC?
I am, yes.
The mandate of the board and the MDC is to protect consumers and their pets, and our recommendations and actions are sometimes unpopular with the general profession. How do you feel about making decisions based on the needs of consumers and their pets, despite possible disapproval from colleagues?
Well, candidly, I'm a mom. I'm used to making decisions that are unpopular. I've also been a leader in the veterinary industry for over 15 years. As in leader roles, you often need to make decisions that are not popular, but are for the greater good. And so I would approach it from that perspective.
Thank you.
Now you're going all the way around. She's going to just trip us up.
Me? I can go next. Okay.
No rhyme or reason.
Yeah.
Just because.
We assume that you're aware of the current issues affecting veterinary medicine today. Which issues have affected you directly, and which issues would you like to see the MDC address?
I think the biggest issue I see is interpretation of regulations across different environments, and where that interpretation can be too broad and lead to risk. And so I think just tightening up some language so that we can ensure that that risk is mitigated. An example was brought up this morning about defining surgeries, what a surgical procedure is, for example, something like that.
Without getting into specifics, do you have any personal, legal, or professional issues that may potentially prevent you from serving a full term on the MDC?
I do not.
Sorry. What qualities or traits do you think an MDC member should possess to be effective in serving this committee?
I think you need to be a really good communicator. I think that somebody needs to be brave and speak up, even in a room of maybe unpopular opinion.
I think it's important to display curiosity and lean in when maybe somebody has an opposing view, the willingness to learn more about their perspective, and to be able to facilitate conversation when things get difficult.
Can you think of any position that you hold or activities that you're currently involved in that may present a conflict for you to serve as a member of the MDC and representative of the board?
Not at this time.
And is there anything else you'd like to share with us at this time?
No, I just really appreciate the opportunity for an RVT to sit on this board.
I get the good question twice. So to sum it all up, why should this board choose you to serve on the MDC?
Ooh, this is the good question. I mentioned that I have a really rich background. Clinically, I am a veterinary technician specialist in emergency and critical care, as well as anesthesia. I spent a long part of my career doing a lot of different things. So I have a broad perspective to bring to the table. I've worked for large corporations, small private practice. I've worked for federal government, local government. I was a leader in zoo medicine when that role wasn't available for RVTs nationally. I was one of the first. And I led that hospital during outbreak of tuberculosis with elephants, which is a really high stakes situation. So to sum it up, I bring a broad perspective. I've been in a lot of different positions in the industry, and I think that I have a lot to offer the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Spring.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving on to our third applicant, Mr. Stephen Nino Sital. Good morning.
Good morning, board.
All right. Let me get started, and we're moving that way. Okay. And then that way. Okay, just making.
Am I looking?
So that you know where it's going. Okay. To the best of your knowledge, what are the functions of this licensing board and its committees?
The function of this board is to protect the consumers of California and by way their animal patients or pets.
Okay.
Why are you applying to be a member of the Multidisciplinary Advisory Committee of the California Veterinary Medical Board?
This has been something I have been thinking about for a very long time, whether it was a board position. You were kind of one of the first people I saw, and along with Jennifer Laredo. I was like, wow, I want to be like that someday. So here someday, hopefully a foot in the door, but also I'm really interested in drafting, interpreting, and helping recommend new legislation and statute. Because as Christine mentioned, I think there's some clarity that needs to be had within the Practice Act.
Do you have any specific advocacy for a cause, a group, or a movement, and how do you promote this advocacy?
Yeah, I think if you were to Google me or look at my resume, I'm very technician forward. I think that complements a lot of what we are trying to do on the board, and certainly, as Christine mentioned, the human-animal bond. I think technicians play a huge role in protecting the consumer as well. So my activity with promoting veterinary technicians, I had a two-piece article that was just recently published in JAVMA of last year about technician utilization. It was part of the AHA Technician Utilization Task Force, and then certainly my service for the California RVT Association.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The MDC meets quarterly for half to a full day, and members are typically assigned to several subcommittees, each of which you may take an additional 2 to 6 hours per month. Given this information, are you able to make this time commitment to fulfill the needs of the MDC?
That and more.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for your interest. The mandate of the board and the MDC is to protect consumers and their pets, and our recommendations and actions are sometimes unpopular with the general profession. How do you feel about making decisions based on the needs of consumers and their pets, despite possible disapproval from your colleagues?
As a leader in multiple different organizations, I'm used to making unpopular decisions and dealing with that. I think my favorite story, which has turned into a kind of a success story, I'm a partner at a private practice in San Francisco, and my main partner, Dr. Journey, our relationship started with an argument, and look at us now. So.
It's
Yep.
good morning, and thank you for your interest in serving on the MDC. My question is, we assume you are aware of the current issues affecting veterinary medicine today. Which issues have affected you directly, and what issues would you like to see the MDC address?
Yeah, certainly I touched on the staffing issues, specifically technicians and the dearth of technicians and certainly utilization. So I'm quite well aware of that. And I think there's a lot of room within the Practice Act to kind of beef that up and help consumers by way of better team utilization.
Thank you.
Without getting into specifics, do you have any personal, legal, or professional issues that may potentially prevent you from serving a full term on the MDC?
Not to my knowledge, and I hope not to have any.
Thank you for being here. What qualities or traits do you think an MDC member should possess to be effective in serving the committee?
Certainly a good communicator, certainly a good listener also. There's a lot of stakeholders when it comes to this profession, and listening to all of those, but bringing it back down and understanding and respecting the mission of the board and certainly the committees, I think is pivotal.
Can you think of any position that you hold or activities that you are currently involved in or were involved in that may present a conflict for you to serve as a member of the MDC and be a representative of the board?
Sure. I'm not sure it's a true conflict, but certainly the last time we've met, we've brought forward some language that we wanted consideration for. I'm not sure that's a conflict, but in full transparency, I think it's better to disclose rather than withhold anything.
That's good. Is there anything else you would like to share with the board?
I make really good snacks. So when we do meet, be prepared to be fed. But I am a true workhorse, as you may see from my CV. I really dedicate myself to the projects I get myself involved in. And I think I would be a good addition.
To sum it all up, why should the board choose you to serve on the MDC?
What I just said in my last answer. Other than that, I'm a born and raised Californian. Was born in Woodland, California, and spent my college years in Sacramento. Now I'm in the Bay Area, so I have a deep dedication to the state and to the profession. So I am very intrigued by this position and dedicated to moving this profession forward. But also, again, being in the private practice world as well, making sure that the consumer is well represented and protected as we rapidly evolve in this industry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any discussion?
I would just say, again, we're fortunate to have candidates. And again, we had many candidates apply again for the RVT position. And I know that it's really hard because I've been in the position, and I don't know if anybody knows how many times I actually applied and interviewed for the position, but it was really difficult. And it's difficult to be in this position, to come up here to be online, to interview, to watch other people interview and sit through it and then have to watch us talk about it. It's really a hard thing to do. And I know that that's not easy. And now we have to like talk about you guys. So I feel for you. I've been there, I've done it. And I just want to say that we are fortunate to have the candidates that we have. And I respect all of you. You are all tremendous candidates. All three of you are VTSs, and that does not go unnoticed. So I thank you for all of that. So, but I will just say that I am going to put in I make a motion to nominate Kristen Spring for the vacancy for the RVT position.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I will second it.
Okay, your motion has been made and seconded. Now we're going to be opening it up for, oh, any discussion? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was impressed with all the candidates and I appreciate them coming here. I know this isn't easy. But I think I liked Kristen's background, a lot of, variety, government, corporate. So to me that all of that, being able to kind of navigate through those types of organizations would probably really be helpful to the board as far as being on the MDC.
Go ahead, Dr. Bradbury.
We're sharing, so I'm never sure if this is on. Okay, so I also support that nomination. But I do just want to say a couple of things, which is that Mr. Fung, I really appreciated his perspective, and I do think it would be valuable to have a shelter RVT perspective, and I felt like that was also a very good candidate, and I think this is a difficult decision because similarly, Stephen, he's just this incredible CV, all of the work that he's done. I am, just to be clear, like one of the reasons why I would lean towards Kristen is that I am a little concerned about that conflict with the advocacy and the push for, the technicians, which I think is a very honorable and great purpose, but it does somewhat conflict with what we're trying to do here. And it, and when we have another very good candidate who's very strong, and I really appreciated Kristen's answers to some of those questions. I'm in full support of her nomination.
I just wanted to add also that we're very fortunate to have such a diverse set of applicants, which is a reflection of the diversity and the broad scope of the profession. And to have the RVTs coming up with the intent to serve, to provide their perspective is greatly appreciated.
Just by way of an observation, I just thought that all of the candidates were extremely impressive and well qualified. And I'm encouraged that there's other potential opportunities for folks to serve, I think, in the near future. And I certainly hope to see some of these names before us again.
I appreciate all of the applicants. I think everybody, each one of them I would be proud to work with. So it's not, you guys are the cream of the crop, and it's very difficult for us to pick among the best. I would encourage anybody who isn't picked or selected for the MDC to consider applying again, because you guys are worthy. Thank you.
Can I just also, if you aren't selected, consider being an inspector for the board as well?
So I feel compelled as the newest member to say a few words as well. So I just wanted to say it's unbelievable what an impressive lot of candidates we just got to interview, both in their experience and their dedication to this profession. And I don't know how one makes a decision. One component to the decision, though, and because I'm a new member, I don't know what the current makeup and background of the committee is. So the one distinction with Mr. Fung is the fact that he has that shelter medicine background that is kind of distinct and different. And so I think that that should be considered in any particular decision. But oh my goodness, this is the worst job ever to make that decision. And that has no reflection on the other two candidates and their unbelievable practice. So
Right.
thanks.
Thank you so much. Any other comments from the board? I see none. Okay, we're opening it up for public comments in the room. Do we have any public comments? I see none as well. So moderator, can you please open it up online for those that are participating remotely?
Certainly. This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the motion, you may look for the hand icon at the bottom of your screen. If you're on a mobile device, that hand icon might be behind the 3-dot other options. And each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Any comments on the motion? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now we put in for a vote.
Ms. Pulaski,
Yes.
Bradbury,
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza,
Yes.
Manyak,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Zalowski. Yes. Dr. Tomlinson.
Yes.
Solicitor.
Yes,
Motion carries. Congratulations.
congratulations.
Congrats.
Okay, now we're moving on to our vacancy for our veterinarian member. We would start with Dr. Cheryl Waterhouse. Ms. Erlowski, can you start with the questions, please?
Happy to do so. Hello and welcome.
Morning.
Good morning, and thank you for your continued interest in serving in the MDC. The first question that's going to come as a big surprise is, to the best of your knowledge, what are the functions of this licensing board and its committees?
Of course, the overarching role of the MDC is to protect the consumer, as is the board. But within that, the MDC functions as a research arm of the board. And so we, at your direction, then we tackle certain topics. And so we research that. We are more and more working at a subcommittee level, which makes everything faster. And so we research, we debate, but we come to a conclusion and then offer that to the board for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Waterhouse. Thank you for your continued interest and service. Why are you applying to be a member of the Multidisciplinary Advisory Committee of the California Veterinary Medical Board?
I enjoyed my 8 years on the board, and I've enjoyed my last 3 years on the MDC, now currently as chair. And I think the MDC is really important because we take a lot of the load off of you guys. And so we do the research, and I've enjoyed that. I enjoyed debating the topics. I enjoy the research. I'm a curious person in general. And so I've just really enjoyed it. It's why I like to do it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you have any specific advocacy for a cause, a group, or movement? And how do you promote this advocacy?
No, I don't have any specific advocacy.
Thank you.
The MDC meets quarterly for a half to full day, and members are typically assigned several subcommittees, each of which may take an additional 2 to 6 hours per month. Given this information, are you able to make this time commitment to fill the needs of the MDC?
Yes, this month, I think I've had somewhere between 8 to 10 Zoom meetings, not to mention all the phone calls, and then preparing for the MDC meeting. So yes.
Thank you.
The mandate of the board and the MDC is to protect consumers and their pets, and our recommendations and actions are sometimes unpopular with the general profession. How do you feel about making decisions based on the needs of consumers and their pets, despite possible disapproval from colleagues?
I like Kristen's answer when she said, I'm a mom. I'm a mom too. And besides that, I have 2 practices with a total of about 90 employees. And I serve on the MDC and served on the board, so I'm used to it.
All right, thank you for being here. We assume you're aware of the current issues affecting veterinary medicine today, which issues have affected you directly, and what issues you would like to see the MDC address.
So the MDC, again, just addresses whatever topics that you want to address. And so it's not that I'm hoping that the MDC, works on any certain topic. A lot of the topics in the past have affected me, whether it's cannabis or, who can do surgery and what can technicians do and what should just the veterinarian be able to do. But, again, the MDC just works at your direction.
I got the easy one. Without getting into specifics, do you have any personal, legal, or professional issues that may potentially prevent you from serving a full term?
No.
What qualities or traits do you think an MDC member should possess to be effective in serving the committee?
I think any board member, including the MDC, needs to be able to communicate. You need to be able to work hard or want to work hard, have a curious mind, and be willing to debate, but willing to, if it doesn't go your way, we're on to the next topic.
Right? Okay. Can you think of any position that you hold or activities you are currently involved in that may present a conflict for you to serve as a member of the MDC and a representative of the board?
No, I can't think of any conflict. I am on my local association board, and I'm on a national board, the American Board of Veterinary Specialists, but I go off of that this summer. And I work as a consultant for the Veterinary Medical Board, but no conflicts.
Is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
I've enjoyed my time on the board. I enjoyed my time on the MDC. I think I've been a good contributor, and I'd like to continue.
So to sum it all up, why should this board choose you to be on the MDC?
I have a good amount of experience. I've sat where you sat, and I think it takes about 2 years to really understand how things work. And so I have that understanding along with the other people who were once board members that are not on the MDC now. So we have that deep understanding of how things really work. And so I think, take advantage of us. Have us do your research. Yeah.
Okay, I guess that concludes our interview. Thank you.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Waterhouse. And now we're moving on to our next applicant, Dr. Colleen Tansey. Is she online?
I am. Good morning.
Oh, okay.
Hi, everybody.
Can we have Dr. Colleen on video as well, please?
Can you see me?
Yes.
And hear? There we go.
There we go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Now we would like to get started with the interview questions. Dr. Maniak, you want to start it? You
I
guys.
think she's trying to make sure we're awake.
Exactly. That's the whole point.
Thank you for joining us today. To the best of your knowledge, what are the functions of this licensing board and its committees?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for allowing me to be here. It's an honor to see all of you again. The MDC and really the Veterinary Medical Board, as we've all talked about, it's about protecting the consumer and the public through regulatory activity, through licensing. The MDC itself, sort of the sounding board, if you will, for the veterinary medical board, and really just listening to the challenges and identifying issues, and create recommendations and solutions to those issues.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Well, virtually.
Yeah.
Why are you applying to be a member of the Multidisciplinary Advisory Committee of the CVMB?
Great question. Historically, I've always had this kind of weird interest in the law, but also animal welfare. Even honestly, going back to vet school 20 years ago, I spent a summer in Washington, D.C. working with the AVMA on the Hill. So there's this connection between legislation and animals that appeals to me. Also, I've been a subject matter expert in medical oncology. I probably should have said that initially. I'm boarded in veterinary medical oncology, and I work in Los Angeles. And so I've been a subject matter expert for the last 10 years, and it's really been eye-opening. I can tell you that my medical records have improved dramatically. Not that they were bad to begin with, but I've learned a lot over the last 10 years doing that. But there's this bigger part of me that wants to be involved with our profession as a whole. I come from a family of sort of servant leadership. My dad was a police officer. My mom was a nurse. And there's something just about giving back and being involved with the big picture of our profession.
Good morning. Do you have any specific advocacy for a cause, a group, or a movement, and how do you promote this advocacy?
Not so much advocacy, I would say, but again, animal welfare, I think is sort of intrinsic to me. But I agree with with Mr. Fung earlier when he said, access to care is really, really challenging. I am blessed to be able to work in specialty small animal medicine, but I also volunteer monthly to go to Skid Row and help the patients and pets of unhoused people and offer care to them. So there is an access to care, I think, challenge across the state. And when you figure we've got 40 million people in this state, there are a lot of animals here too, and really just allowing us to be able to help more people would be sort of my, I guess, advocacy.
Thank you. The MDC meets quarterly for a half to full day, and members are typically assigned to several subcommittees, each of which may take an additional 2 to 6 hours per month. Given this information, are you able to make this time commitment to fulfill the needs of the MDC?
Absolutely.
The mandate of the board and the FDC is to protect consumers and their pets, and our recommendations and actions are sometimes unpopular with the general profession. How do you feel about making decisions based on the needs of consumers and their pets, despite possible disapproval from colleagues?
Honestly, this is my favorite question. I think really it comes from fear when we're afraid of losing everything that we've worked so hard to achieve and what we've accomplished. And so it's about communication. Every animal is connected to a person, whether that's a dog, a cat, a dairy cow, an animal in the zoo. This is about being able to communicate with people. And if you think about kind of the world as a whole, we've got 4 to 5 generations of consumers as well as veterinarians trying to communicate in different ways, trying to reach one another. And that is really, really challenging. And so sometimes we're going to have to make those decisions and discuss the outcomes and why we're making those decisions. But again, if we can ease the fear that we're not here to hurt you, we're here to protect the patient and their people, the consumers, the hope is that everybody would ultimately understand the decision making.
Thank you for that. We assume you're aware of the current issues affecting veterinary medicine today. Which issues have affected you directly, and what issues would you like to see MDC address?
Good question. I think historically for me specifically, telemedicine and cannabis were the sort of my problem children in recent years. Just trying to figure out the best way to navigate all of that and communicate with the client and do what's best for the patient. Along the same lines, I think holistic medicine is a great opportunity to help the client feel as though they're doing something for their pet, at least in my world. But perhaps having some additional regulations or definitions of how we can implement that on a day-to-day basis would be helpful. Additionally, USP 800, again, in my world, it's protecting the staff, it's protecting the doctors, it's protecting the consumers, and being able to implement some of those regulations would be helpful.
Hi, Dr. Tansey. Thank you for coming back. It's good to see you again. And thank you for your continued service as a subject matter expert. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
What qualities or traits do you think an MDC member, without getting into specifics, do you have any personal, legal, or professional issues that may prevent you from serving a full term on the MDC?
I don't.
Hello, Dr. Tansey, and thank you for your interest in the MDC. What qualities or traits do you think an MDC member should possess to be effective in serving on the committee?
Really all of my colleagues that have already interviewed before me, I agree with all of them. And it's about having the time and the energy to really look at all sides. Sometimes we're going to come in with an idea and different sides are going to discuss their opinions, and ultimately it comes down to protecting the patients and the people and the consumers. And so as long as you can kind of listen, take a step back, identify some of the issues, have an open, honest, and kind conversation, I think that is really kind of what we need. And it sounds like all of us who have applied for these positions have those attributes.
Thank you for coming today and speaking with us. Can you think of any position that you hold or activities you are currently involved in that may present a conflict for you to serve as a member of the MDC and representative of the board?
No, I'd like to continue being a subject matter expert, but if that is a challenge, then that's something that obviously we can discuss if I shouldn't be doing that anymore, but that would be the only thing.
It is not. We still need you as subject matter expert.
Okay.
We need every one of them. Is there anything else that you would like to share with the board?
This is actually the fourth time I've applied, and I like the idea that perhaps I wasn't ready before for whatever reason, but I've learned a lot about myself over the last several years. And really what this comes down to is, I remember one of my early mentors saying, lead with integrity, put the patient first. Don't let vengeance guide you. And over the many years, honestly, my first degree, my first job was actually in advertising. I did that for 7 years, and then I went back to vet school at 30, and then went to internship, residency. And so I definitely don't give up. I like the trials and tribulations of life. I would like it to be a little bit easier sometimes for everybody, but all in all, I'm excited about what the future holds for this profession and how I might be able to help impact that.
Thank you. And I think it would be redundant to ask the last question. So, because I think she already answered it up. So,
sorry.
No, it's good. It's all good. Well, thank you very much. And we have another interview to complete. And so if you could just hang in there.
Of course. Thank you so much, everybody, for your time. I
Thank
appreciate it.
you. Thank you so much. All right. And for our last interviewee, we have Dr. Molly Musman. She's here in person. Thank you.
Is this on? Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us today. To the best of your knowledge, what are the functions of this licensing board and its committees?
The function is, to the best of my knowledge, to protect the consumer of California, that are to protect our pets and the animals that are in California, first and foremost, and to uphold standards of care.
We have another surprise question, which we've asked everybody else.
Yeah.
Why are you applying to be a member of the Multidisciplinary Advisory Committee of the CVMB?
I think I want to answer that in two separate ways. And one is, in the 20 years that I've been in this profession, I've been a veterinary assistant. I've been a veterinarian as an intern in internal medicine and critical care. I've been a general practice vet for up and down the West Coast. My husband was in the Coast Guard for 25 years, so I had the ability to be, a vet at many, many clinics. So I've gotten to see a lot of different ways that people practice. And then in the last 3 years, I have become an accredited hospice and palliative care veterinarian, and I spend a lot of time working with clients and communicating with them to help them come to ethical decisions about when it's time and quality of life. And I think that I am seeing people at their most vulnerable, and my job is to help protect them and to protect the pets and to be honest with them when it's unpopular. To sometimes they don't want to hear that it's time, and sometimes I need to be honest with them and tell them it's time. So I think that my breadth of knowledge is pretty extensive, and I feel that I'm in a position to offer some perspective that may be helpful. I also want to join this committee because I feel a deep and abiding respect for my profession, and I feel a desire to uphold our reputation with integrity. And it's our job to help the public feel that they have safety, that we have safety and their protection in mind.
Okay, so do you have any specific advocacy for a cause, a group, or a movement? How do you promote this advocacy?
I do, other than my children's baseball, no.
The MDC meets quarterly for a half to full day, and members are typically assigned to several subcommittees, each of which may take an additional 2 to 6 hours per month. Given this information, are you able to make this time commitment to fulfill the needs of the MDC?
Yes.
The mandate of the board and the MDC is to protect consumers and their pets, and our recommendations and actions are sometimes unpopular with the general profession. How do you feel about making decisions based on the needs of consumers and their pets, despite possible disapproval from colleagues?
This is a peer pressure question. I have a very strong moral compass. When I was in vet school, I got a chance to be at Purdue for a little while after a hurricane. We got displaced, and there's this historical hall that has old medical instruments and a lot of the old professors. They've got a little bio on there, and I had this distinct impression when I was a student that I was standing on the shoulders of my previous generations, and that it was my job to contribute to this profession, knowing that I was, my job was to respect and to uphold the foundation that my forebearers had produced. And I absolutely want consumers and their pets to feel that they have faith and trust in our profession and that integrity is withheld. And that overrides any concerns about how I might make someone feel uncomfortable or unhappy. So.
So we assume you're aware of current issues affecting veterinary medicine today. Which issues have affected you directly, and what issues would you like to see the MDC address?
I've really appreciated the way that the board has upheld definitions of surgery and what technicians can do and during dental extractions and what technicians can do in terms of surgery and closing and stuff. I've really appreciated that there's been clear definition, and it's allowed me to do my job when I was in general practice much more effectively and with more confidence. I think some of the current issues that I am concerned about are practitioners that are not veterinarians doing body manipulation without the supervision of, like, chiropractors without direct supervision with veterinarians. Those things concern me. I want to make sure that our pets are being safely cared for. So I own my own practice now, and I am working solo. And I think one of the things I want to mention is I love the idea of having some time to collaborate with colleagues and to give back to the profession.
Oh, there it is. Good morning,
Morning.
Dr. Moosman. Thank you so much for coming and for your interest in this. Um, uh, Without getting into specifics, do you have any personal, legal, or professional issues that may potentially prevent you from serving a full term on the MBC?
No.
I'll echo my gratitude for your interest in serving on the MDC. What qualities or traits do you think an MDC member should possess to be effective in serving the committee?
I think having a thoughtful, measured approach to looking at issues is very important. I think that being able to see different sides of a perspective is really important. I think that being able to evaluate medical records, not just for whether standard of care was upheld, but whether communication was effective and whether the client was given all of the information they needed to make an adequate decision is very important. Medicine can be very complex, and there is a significant difference between an adverse outcome and when an animal may be put through a procedure and the client was not given proper information about prognosis or potential risks. I think that it's very important to have someone that understands that difference and be able to suss it out in a medical record.
Can you think of any position that you hold or activities you are currently involved in that may present a conflict for you to serve as a member of the MDC and a representative of the board?
No.
Is there anything else you would like to share with the board?
I'm just grateful that you invited me up here today, and I appreciate your time. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to expand on anything, but
I guess to conclude the interview, let us know, why should this board choose you to serve on the MDC?
okay. There are some very good applicants that have already spoken, and they both have large breadths of experience. I do not. The last time I was on a regulatory body was SAVMA in vet school. So I have not participated, and I feel like it's my turn, not my turn to take from them, but my turn in my life to start giving back to my community. And I'd like to be able to offer my experience and wisdom. I've mentored many new graduates since over the last 10 years, and I see the level of training that's coming out and the need for more mentorship. And I believe that my experience lends itself. I can look at a record pretty objectively. One of the things that I did as an intern when I first graduated from vet school is I had a boarded internist working one-on-one with me for a full year. And every morning we went through all of the referral medical records, and he's very grumpy, but he would say, now, what did this person miss in this record? What did this person miss in this record? So I was trained from a very, very early age in my career to know what to look for and to know what needs to be said. And it doesn't need to be said in pages. It can be said very concisely, but it needs to be there. So I do feel that I have a breadth of experience, but I also don't have the regulatory knowledge that my other applicants have, and I totally understand that some of these have applied many times. So yes, take what I'll do. Anyway, thank you for having me.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Okay, thank you. So that concludes our interview for two positions for veterinarians for the MDC. Does anybody? Okay, Dr.
I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Dr. Waterhouse to the MDC.
I'll second that.
I didn't. Yeah. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor.
We get two though, right?
We need.
get two.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we just start with one first and then, okay. Okay, so the motion is to reappoint Dr. Waterhouse to the MDC. No other comments? Okay, comments from the public, from the room? I see none. Moderator, can you open up the line for those that are participating remotely?
Certainly. This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the motion, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And each speaker will be given 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Are there any comments on the motion? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Members, I just need the clarification, and thank you, Matt, for reminding me. So there's actually two different terms. So there's a term because Dr. Sullivan served a year in his grace period, but that doesn't elongate the term. So there's one term that goes until June of 2028, and then there's one that goes June 2029. So Dr. Bradbury, can I get clarification on what term you would appoint her to?
The June 2029, please.
Okay. And Ms. Pulaski, are you okay with that amendment?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, with that clarification, we're opening it up for public comment. So the nomination is to reappoint Dr. Waterhouse to the MDC for a position held until June of 2029. Any public comment from the room? I see none.
I'm not public yet. Discussion first. Just so everybody knows, what are the term limits for the MDC members?
They can serve up to 2 3 full terms. And so if one wasn't a partial term, they would be still eligible to do 2 additional 3-year terms.
So we would be appointing her to her second full term.
Correct.
I'm sorry, let me go back on that. So if she got appointed to a partial term, she would be able to get yet another term after that?
Yes, because they get 2 full 3-year terms.
That's why I was bringing it up.
Thank you. Okay, so then if she would be, just to be clear, if we did the 2028, she would be eligible to do another term.
She would.
I don't know if she would want that, but
I know, I thought that we were,
Because her motion was to reappoint her. Her original
yeah,
motion.
but I guess the 2028 would give.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because her
Thank you for that.
original motion was to reappoint her.
For the full term.
Okay, so if you appoint her to the partial term, she would get a full 3-year term.
She would have, so she could do a total of 6, 8 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the 2028, as long as that's true, would be my desire.
Yeah.
So to give her as many, I've really appreciated her service and her insight. So I just want to make sure that's
Right, yeah.
correct. Okay. Does that make sense to everybody? Because it seems a little unclear.
I think I'm unclear.
Could you just talk about the terms again? I thought you
Yes.
said 3
So,
3-year
so
terms. It's
members
2?
can serve 2 full 3-year terms. If at any point they had a partial term, they would then be still eligible for 2 full 3-year terms. So if Dr. Waterhouse, she's had 1 full 3-year term, she can, if you appoint her for a partial term, she would still be eligible for a full 3-year term. So are you amending your motion to the 2028,
Yes.
Christy?
If she gets voted in for the 2028, she'll be eligible for another 2 years after the 2028.
Another
If you
3
could
years.
use your microphone, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Basically, if it's 2028, then she gets 5 more years. If it's 2029, she gets 3 more years.
Correct.
Yeah, assuming she gets reappointed, like,
Yes.
yeah.
Plus a
So
year
can we
grace.
clarify the motion, please?
I would like to motion to appoint Dr. Waterhouse to the MDC for the partial term ending in June of 2028.
And Christy, are you okay? Because you seconded the motion, so I just want to make sure you're okay with that. Well, and a potential 1-year grace period, just throwing that out there too, but I'm just potentially.
And I love Dr. Waterhouse. I love Dr. Waterhouse. This is not about Dr. Waterhouse. This is about the composition of the MDC. And it's about, sometimes it's nice to be able to have change.
Which
And
we could vote on in
No,
2
we wouldn't.
years when because she would be, yeah, she would have to
And she would have
reapply.
an out. She
Yeah.
would have an out.
Yeah, she'd have to reapply.
Okay, as long as she can have an out, and I mean, that's a long time. So I just want to respect that for everybody involved.
People can always resign.
Yeah, I know, but that's not how.
Shush.
So yes, I will second.
Okay.
I needed.
Okay, so since it's been amended again, let's go ahead and do public comment.
Yeah. Okay,
But let's make clear, though, the intention was to amend the prior motion. This is not a new motion, correct?
Correct.
And I approved the amended motion. Second.
okay. For the amended motion, we would like to welcome public comments from the room.
Sorry.
Oh, it's good to have clarity. Okay, we see none. And so moderator, could you please open up the line for those that are participating remotely to comment on the amended motion?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the amended motion, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Are there any comments on the motion? I do not see any requests for speaking, so I will turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now we put it on for vote.
Ms. Pulowski,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury,
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza,
Yes.
Dr. Maniak,
No.
Ms. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Orlowski.
Yes.
Dr. Tomlinson,
No.
Dr. Solocito.
Yes.
Motion carries. Congratulations. We have you for life. Just
For
kidding.
life.
It's not life. I'm just kidding.
Okay. All right, so now we are going
Another appointment.
to discuss any motion for the second appointment for a full term ending June 2029. Dr. Tomlinson?
Tansey. I move to appoint Dr. Tansey to the 3-year term.
I'll second that. Christina Bradbury.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion?
I'd like to just say that I really appreciated let me look. Sorry, the names. Mesman. I wasn't sure how to say your name. Sorry. I really appreciated your interest in, as you saw, there has been, sometimes it does take multiple attempts to, we just are so lucky to have a number of veterinarians applying. So I think that you brought a lot to the table, and I wanted you to know that you're a very strong candidate, and we'd love to see you again.
Yes.
And there's always room for you to serve as a subject matter expert. We would love to have you, participate in our board
inspector.
activities.
Pretty please.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? All right. So we're opening it up for public comments in the room for the motion to appoint Dr. Colleen Tansey. I see none. Moderator, could you please open it up for those that are participating online?
Thank you. This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the motion, you may do so by clicking on the hand icon. And that if you're on a mobile device, that hand icon might be behind the 3-dot other options. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Any comments on the motion? I do not see any raised hands. I will turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we go for vote.
Ms. Pulowski.
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury.
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza.
Yes.
Dr. Maniak.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Zerlowski. Dr. Tomlinson.
Yes.
Salcido.
Yes.
Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody, so much. I appreciate it. And Dr. Mussman, you're pretty cool, so I hope you apply again.
Congratulations. Okay, so at this time, we would take a break for lunch. And it's going to be an hour break, and we will be back at 12:45. Like to call this meeting to order. Just wanted to clarify some things. We're making some changes in the sequence of the agenda, simply because we have a scheduled presentation at 1 o'clock from ICVA. So we will try to fill in the 15 minutes with what we could accomplish with the rest of the agenda items, starting with agenda item 10. Justin?
Okay, yes, thank you. Bear with me, I'm multitasking here. Let me just bring up the memo first.
Just so you know, he's multitasking, but what he means by that is he's also controlling what you see on the slide. So that's why he's juggling. So
Yeah, I'm co-moderating
actually
and
doing other
presenting.
things, but he's co-moderating the meeting.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so agenda item 10, this is the update on our pending regulations. I'll first start off with the records package, which is listed on page 1 of the memo. I'm also going to reference the licensing and registration exams package, which is on page 2. Excuse me, the intent is we're going to have these on the same review track. So I told Jessica and Matt that I wanted to report today that these packages had been submitted to DCA, and I promise they are almost ready. They will be submitted right after this meeting. The first package, as it states, pertains to records. This package was contingent upon a couple of changes, legislative changes being enacted, which were effective January 1 through our sunset bill. So that's the first one. The second item on page 2 is essentially a non-substantive package. There were 2 regulations that we were trying to repeal altogether as part of a Section 100 package last year. However, 2 provisions in that package were deemed substantive by OAL, so we had to take those out. So we're pursuing those through the regular rulemaking package, and we're also repealing Section 2015, as that should have also been repealed in the Section 100 package as a result of the elimination of the California-specific examinations. So those are the first two. The third one on page 3 is the civil penalties package. So once I get the first two off of my desk, I will be focused on this one, this third one. This proposal was also contingent upon the approval and enactment of legislative changes, which occurred as a result of our sunset bill. This proposal would remove references to unlicensed practice citations, as there will no longer be a need for unlicensed practice citations to be assigned a classification as a result of those statutory changes. And then the last item, number 4, is our RVT pathways package. The MDC's RVT subcommittee reviewed all RVT registration pathways and recommended changes that led the board to approve to 2 proposals, one that was approved in January of 25 and the second one in July of 25. We later decided to combine these into one package. These proposals address issues pertaining to qualified instructors, required clinical practice hours, supervising veterinarian requirements, and how supervisors attest to applicants' experience. There's also a proposal to eliminate the experience-only pathway for out-of-state RVT applicants. So they're listed in the order that we will be processing them. So with that, I'll also check in with Elizabeth to see if is there anything you'd like to add on from your end?
I do think we're going to be making some changes to the first package. So there might be
Yeah.
more of a delay there.
Okay, yeah, I meant to reference that. Thank you. Jessica, anything else? Okay, so that concludes my update, unless there are any questions or comments.
Do you have any comments from the board regards to agenda item 10? I see none. We will do public comments from the room. Anybody has any comments for agenda item 10 with regards to our pending regulations? I see none as well. Moderator, could you please open up the line for those that are participating remotely?
Certainly, this is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on any of these pending regulations, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. As a reminder, if you are on a mobile device, that hand icon might be behind the 3-dot other options, and we will ask each person to speak for only 3 minutes. We'll give you 15-second warning and speak only once per agenda item. Are there any comments on the pending regulations report? I do not see any requests for comment, so I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Justin. And now we're going to agenda item 11, update discussion and possible action regarding American Association of Veterinary State Boards. Jessica?
I provided a link, hyperlink there to AVSB's website to let you know what they had put out for their news and updates of what's happening within the AVSB. So I encourage all members and the public and stakeholders to keep track of that. They've met a couple times since the last board meeting. One of them I missed because my gallbladder and appendix decided they didn't want to work anymore. So I missed that meeting, but they just had another meeting on Monday. They primarily covered proposed bylaw amendments. I think there were 8 or 9 of them. It was a lot. Some of them there was a comprehensive package from the bylaws committee, if you recall from our last board meeting, that's when they opened it up for proposed amendments, but we knew that the bylaws committee was doing a substantive comprehensive review, so we wanted to wait to see what they did before looking to see if we needed anything else. So it sounds like it's a large package. Then it sounds like the board of directors proposed some amendments. And then also Kentucky did several amendments and West Virginia did several amendments. To be honest, it was really hard for me to even understand what was being proposed because I don't get the materials and nothing was posted. All it says is that a state proposed them. So it's hard when they're having discussions. I can guess what's they're discussing, but it's just really challenging to follow. And so I wish I had more information for you. It sounds like the crux of what Kentucky was proposing. Again, I don't know for sure, so you can correct me if I say anything wrong, but it sounded like most of the proposals they were doing were good ideas, but it sounded like from the feedback from the board, maybe they weren't best suited for bylaws. They probably should go in a written policy or procedure. And so there was concerns of this, that it wasn't so much of this is a terrible idea, it's just not the right place for bylaws, is what I kind of gathered from it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
But again, I as far as what they are, we will get them. So we'll be discussing them in July. So so we'll be able to look at them before the September meeting. So when the delegate, we'll have 2 delegates there, and so they'll know kind of if the board has any concerns or wants to take any direction. So you will be able to see them. I just can't share. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
And
Go ahead. Sorry.
the only other one that I know West Virginia was also asking, it sounded like to me that they were asking for the requirement that there's another affiliate member. Affiliate member is an executive director like myself. So they were asking for, right now there is specified that there's 1, they want it specified that there's 2. And right now it's specified that there's 6 veterinarians. And they're adding an RVT member, so specified an RVT member and specified, but West Virginia wanted specified that there's 2 executive directors on it. The concerns that I heard from the AVSB members were that they didn't want to negatively impact the veterinary majority on it, which wouldn't, they would still have 6. And there's also a concern about something about like if an executive director was terminated for for a bad reason, they were concerned that that person then might align differently than what the board wanted. But you have the same scenario with a veterinarian member. If a board terminated a veterinarian, you have the same thing. So it was hard to follow that logic. The one executive director member that was there shared concerns about just one, it's hard to be that one person to serve that perspective and the importance of having an executive director perspective on the board. And it seemed unequal. It just kind of double standards, it sounded like, was some of her concerns, and you can share, but that was the gist of the bylaws. Again, I'm sorry, don't have a ton of.
I can actually just clarify a little bit. Yeah, thank you for doing it. It's a little bit of an odd position to be in because I'm wearing one hat there and then a different hat here, but I can certainly clarify what my understanding is. So first of all, in the big package, which I think part of the reason that these haven't been put out is they want them to be more fleshed out and fully in the way that they want to be presented before they are put out to member boards. So I think that's part of the reason why they don't give this information prior to a board meeting to the public or to the member. That's my understanding of some of the reasoning behind sharing materials that haven't been fully approved yet. So in the big board package that was from the bylaws and resolutions committee, that one had the addition of an RVT member. So the AAVSB Board of Directors is 6 veterinarians, currently 6 veterinarians, 1 affiliate member, and then 3 at-large members. The board, the bylaws committee's proposal was to add to that. So it would be 6 veterinarians, 1 affiliate member, and 1 RVT, and then there would be 2 at-large members. And then within that same policy, there are bylaws section, it was the ability to, if an affiliate member was no longer serving a board, they would be removed from the board of directors automatically, which is different than a veterinarian or an RVT who would.
Any other member.
Pardon?
It's different than any other member.
Correct. And there was I think, just concern. It was an interesting conversation that I didn't fully follow either, but I could kind of understand some of their thoughts on that. And then the West Virginia proposal is to decrease the number of veterinarians to 5 and increase the affiliate members to 2. And they didn't know about the RVT thing, so that would still leave 3 members at large. So they're kind of different in that way. Some of the discussion was around how veterinarians, they felt like should be the majority, which it still would be, even if it was 5. And if we add an RVT to the composition, it really reduces the chances of other affiliate members being to 2 instead of 3, or additional RVTs, right? So it's like now there's 2 open spots. So, one of the side that to support adding an affiliate member would be that, that would still allow those, the member boards to, if they wanted another veterinarian, they could elect another veterinarian. They wanted another RVT, they could elect, but it would make sure there was at least 2 affiliate members. Historically, it sounds like there's always been more than 1 affiliate member because of the at-large members have often had affiliate members as their nominees. So I think that's where that difference is. So that was that. And then the Kentucky bylaws changes, I think there was 4 proposals, if I remember correctly. And I think that you summarized it just quite well, that it was, there was a lot of good ideas, but some of them are just very prescriptive, and kind of like when we're saying we don't want such prescriptive things in statute, like that's, and it's kind of like the bylaws are like the statutes of the organization. And some of them would put the organization in legal jeopardy. So something that it sounds like the bylaws committee's going to be doing is putting together a video with both sides of the, people, the pros and cons of both. And that will be available to all of you. So prior to our July meeting, if you see an email from the AAVSB, I would encourage you to just look at those, because we will have to, our delegates will have to, for this board, our delegates will have to vote on that at the July meeting as to, I don't know if we have to, but it would be good if we had some discussion about those as a board and what we feel about those. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Okay, any comments?
Oh, I have more stuff, but
I was just going to say, do you want, we seem to be fairly well represented on AVSB, that guy. Do you want to just say who's on what committees so that people know?
yeah, so actually that was my next thing I have just put to our list during lunch. So for those of you who aren't aware, Dr. Tomlinson was just appointed to the Global Task Force. So thank you, Dr. Tomlinson, for that. We have Dr. Bradbury as our board of director on there. We have Dr. Nunez on the Leadership Development Task Force. We have Dr. Sullivan on the Regulatory Policy Committee. We have Christy on the VTNE committee. We have Marie on the VTE committee. We have Dr. Solcito on the bylaws committee. I serve on as the affiliate member advisory committee, and we're nominating Christy to be on the nominating committee. So we're pretty well represented, but we still encourage more people to join committees because it's really important to be involved on the national level. There's a lot of decisions that are made on the national level that impact us and have impacted us specifically. So it's just really important to continue to be involved in these discussions and help shape the national policy.
And I just want to say how important your leadership has been at getting California in front of AAVSB. Thank you.
That was it for me. And it's one.
Okay. Any comments on agenda item 11 from the board members? I see none. I would like to open it up for public comment for agenda item 11.
This is the moderator.
Oh.
And the public
Not yet.
comment.
Moderator,
sorry.
we're doing in person first.
My apologies.
Quickly, Dan Baxter, CVMA. This is sort of a strange comment, but I'm going to offer it up anyway because I know the ASVSB can be a little bit opaque in its dealings. If there's ever a question that we can help suss out regarding what's happening in another state, even at the regulatory board level, we have a really, really good communicative relationship with the VMAE, so the other executive directors throughout the country who are very plugged into their respective boards. So if we can ever help with questions, information, let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, now we can open it up for those that are participating online, moderator.
Thank you. My apologies again. If anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Are there any comments? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to agenda item 8. Do we have Dr. Case on the line?
We do. Dr. Case, you have the ability to unmute. There you go. And you also have the ability to turn your camera on by hitting the start video button.
Okay, so agenda item 8 is a presentation on the International Council for Veterinary Assessment, Communication Skills Assessment Task Force Progress, to be presented by Dr. Heather Case, Executive Director, and Kent Hecker, Chief Assessment Officer.
So Kent's not able to join us today, but before we turn it over to Dr. Case, just to remind everybody why we're having this presentation, part of our strategic plan, one of the objectives is to work with ICVA to help us see if there's any ways to improve the assessment of communication skills for veterinarians. And so they were working on this topic. And so they recently put out a progress report. And so I invited Dr. Case to come and present on that progress and what their next steps are. So thank you, Dr. Case.
Good day, I'll say. Good afternoon, I think it is for you as well. Hopefully you can hear and see me okay before I get started.
You're a little muffled.
Oh dear. Okay, let me stop my video here just for a second. I want to make sure you can hear me. And
if you're on a limited bandwidth situation, if you are in a remote area, the video might be impacting the connection. But if you do have enough bandwidth and you're comfortable with that, I don't know if you have a headset you might be able to wear.
I am changing my.
Oh, much
better.
Okay, so I had a headset on and we are taking that off. So hopefully that's better. Is that better?
Much better.
Okay, fantastic. So thank you so much. I bring you greetings from the ICVA Board of Directors, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share one of their top strategic priorities, which has been ongoing for the ICVA Board of Directors, is to determine an appropriate way to assess communication skills beyond NAVLE. So we are aware of the extraordinary importance. We see that when we do our practice analysis survey, how important communication skills are for the practice of veterinary medicine. And we know, as all of the professions that utilize that high stakes exam around a one best answer multiple choice question format, we know that that is not the most appropriate way to assess communications. And we feel that we have gotten as far as we could to ensure that the content we do have on NAVLE, that are multiple choice questions around communication, are at the highest levels. So the board several years ago created their communication skills assessment task force. And I'm thrilled to share with you that they created that task force into a standing committee of the ICVA in their January 2026 Board of Directors meeting. So that just reinforces the ICVA's commitment to ongoing work in this area. But Jessica did ask me to provide a little more detail around the work that we have been doing in this area. So when the Communication Skills Assessment Task Force was stood up, we reached out to the field to ensure that those individuals serving on our task force now committee were the experts in communication and communication skills assessment. And the very first task for that group was to take a look at the literature to do what we would call a scoping review, looking for validity evidence for communication skills assessment, looking broadly in the health professions education and field of assessment, really looking to see if there was our research questions were basically, were there reported communication skills constructs or types of assessments in health profession education and assessment, and then secondarily, what validity and reliability evidence were reported for those assessment methods. And we also wanted to know if it was an assessment, if there were ongoing assessments and communications in the health professions that were also readily able to be replicated and cost effective. And so this task force screened over 17,000 manuscripts from across the health professions, and using the research questions and really narrowing it into what we were seeking from this review, this scoping review, we landed at 138 different manuscripts. What we learned from reviewing those 138 manuscripts that met this set of criteria for us is that there was not one silver bullet for assessment in the health professions. What was reported in the literature were multiple assessment methods around written, skill spotting, performance-based, sometimes simulation-based, that all of those different methods had strengths, and all of them also had validity concerns. And so really what the task force recognized at that point was that there was a need for ongoing research and additional review. The other thing that was noted during the scoping review was that the definition of communication skills was not explicitly stated. So it was unclear that there was a full appreciation or at least agreement across the health professions on what we meant by communication skills. The other thing that we noted was that further research, as I mentioned, would be around assisting health professions programs, organizations, and certainly regulatory boards in designing reliable and valid communication skill assessment or some type of suite of assessment. And also we noted that there is some signaling that artificial intelligence is on its way, especially in this area, and that might warrant some future studies. So the task force did publish this scoping review. It is in open source, so it is available. We wanted to make it, we wanted to make sure that it was available, not behind a paywall. And so that was published last year. And then the next step for this group was really to help define what, especially in veterinary medicine, do we mean by communication skills and communications. And so further, in terms of defining this construct for what we mean by communication skills in veterinary medicine, we we wanted to work with our colleagues at the National Board of Medical Examiners who have experts in rapid blueprinting and rapid blueprinting. So as you well know, we're in the process right now, for example, of doing a practice analysis around the North American veterinary licensing exam. We have veterinarians that are practicing in the field, and it's a known practice type. And so we do a survey of the entire profession to ensure that we're appropriately assessing entry-level minimal proficiency. But in the communication skills, given we did the scoping review from across the health professions and we don't have that defined, the National Board of Medical Examiners, who are our counterpart on the physician side, they have what they call a rapid blueprinting process, where they can take a body of knowledge. They can convene a group of experts. So we used our task force with additional expertise in communication, and we had 2 phases of that work. And so phase 1 was pulling together another cross-section of experts, some of whom are serving on our task force, who represent diverse perspectives on communication skills. They had a 2-day facilitated meeting in Philadelphia in June of last year. And the session really begins on defining the purpose and the intended references and inferences for what a blueprint in communication skills could look like. And then that led to additional small group work with those expertise to help us define subtopics in the major content areas. But then the second phase of that process is a survey based on the draft blueprint that was created by those experts during that first 2-day workshop. And this was really an important step where we went out to we worked with our AAVMC colleagues in academic institutions and sent the survey out to basically 2 faculty members from each of the AVMA COE accredited schools. We had over 82 participants from the veterinary schools with a response rate of 73%. And of those respondents, 99% agreed with the content areas that our expert panel had developed as well. And so basically what that led to is an initial blueprint around communication skills assessment. We are now in the phase of bringing that out to our partners in, across the House of Veterinary Medicine, to include yourselves. We are, I should note, planning upcoming a roundtable for all the regulatory boards to further discuss the work I'm sharing with you here today. And we are also going to be presenting this work at the upcoming AAVMC Vet Ed Conference. I believe that's also in June, but of this year. And so our next steps really are to continue working now, as I mentioned, the board's commitment with this task force being stood up as a standing committee. And then to continue working with expertise in the veterinary communication skills assessment field, and then to work towards operationalizing this initial communication skills blueprint. Our ideal outcome would be a suite of assessments that would meet the needs of a regulatory board, also understanding the importance of communication skills assessment as is defined by the Council on Education's accreditation standards, and really creating a suite of assessments from entry to practice to retirement. That's really the long-term goal. And so that is a very high level overview of the work that we've been doing. And I want to make sure there is time rather for any questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Dr. Case, for that presentation. Now we're opening it up for comments from the board. Dr. Bradbury.
Hi, Dr. Case. Thank you so much for coming and for presenting that. It was a lot of information, and I just want to make sure I understand. So it sounds like the goal is to incorporate this into the NAVLE at some point, or would this be a separate exam, or that would be up to regulatory boards, or how do you envision that?
Yeah, so we really meant for the communication skills assessment piece to be independent of NAVLE. NAVLE does currently have some communication questions. The amount that our psychometricians feel is appropriate for multiple choice, one best answer type questions, understanding that the scoping review we did that we were hoping would give us an ideal way to assess communications across health professions would be. We weren't able to come up with that one assessment type that health professions are finding valuable. Just as an example, on the physician side, historically, they did have an in-person assessment, and they have eliminated that now. And so our goal is that we would create a toolkit, and it might likely be that there's a separate assessment from NAVLE that regulatory boards would choose to use as part of your licensure process. But it is also likely that how we're assessing communications will be very different than multiple choice questions, and may or may not be a part of the licensing suite, but would absolutely help a licensing board to check that box to say, yes, this licensing candidate has the appropriate level of communication skills and they have been appropriately assessed. So it's different than NAVLE for sure, but it absolutely, our intention is to continue speaking and working with the regulatory community, also understanding that literally at every level of training for veterinarians, we need to be checking that box to ensure that they have the appropriate communication skills. So I don't have a clearer path forward other than what we knew we needed to do was see if there was something out there that another health profession was doing that we could learn from, and not reinvent the wheel. We didn't find that. We found a few possibilities, but we also identified that there wasn't a blueprint, there wasn't agreement within veterinary medicine across, what a communication assessment would assess. And so that's where the blueprint came in. And I want to stress that it is a draft blueprint. We are starting here building something, and that's why we want to be talking to the licensing boards. We want to be talking to the academic community as well, and the accreditors, to ensure that the work that we're putting together resonates. And it wasn't built, of course, in a vacuum. We were looking, when we built our survey, when we worked with our expertise, it was to work with a cross-section from across the experts in communication in veterinary medicine. But then the goal would be, I don't know, as an example, something that I have wondered, because so many schools now have communication labs, right? Because they're meeting that accreditation standard. Is there a way that a licensing board would have a specific assessment with a specific standard that is validated and reliable for your licensure purposes, but that might be implemented in one of those communication labs so that we would be using those resources, especially because we know communication lends itself more to this type of an exchange than it does, a multiple choice question. So
Thank you.
hopefully I answered that
Yeah,
question.
you did. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I have a question, Dr. Case. I'm just a little, I guess, curious about the whole process of creating an assessment tool, right? You mentioned that you're working with a lot of like academicians, clinical practitioners. My thoughts are these are the people that sometimes do not have the best communication skills. So what I'm thinking is, what is the task force doing in recognizing the fact that communication sometimes would need to delve into the soft skills like empathy, compassion, right? And
Yep.
so those are things, is that being captured? I guess that's my question.
Wonderful question. Thank you. And the individuals that we asked to serve on this task force, which is now building into a committee. So I don't know who all the committee members will be yet, because we're just in that process of building the committee. But the chair of the task force, Dr. Cindy Adams, is one of the top, considered, one of the top experts for communication in veterinary medicine. Similarly, I don't have the list of the all of the members of the task force in front of me, but we invited, for example, Dr. Jason Coe, who previously served on the ICBA Board of Directors and continues to work with us on this task force. And these are the folks who are leading the communication expertise in veterinary medicine. But to your point, we didn't have just veterinarians involved. And in fact, in our blueprinting process, we had an individual who's not a veterinarian, but who is a communication expert. And so we wanted to be working with those experts in communication, not the academic institutions, to ensure that the blueprint was covering the breadth of what is communication. To your point, that was a long discussion around it's not enough just to share with a client what it is that you need to do for their animal. You have to ensure that the human being standing in front of you also comprehends and understands and translates what you're saying you intend to do with that individual's animal and beloved family member, right? And so I think we were very thoughtful with how we created the expertise on the actual task force. And then also the individuals that we invited to do this rapid blueprinting process with the National Board of Medical Examiners. Where the academic institutions did come in is in terms of validating this work. And so that's the second step, where we then went out to the AAVMC institutions through AAVMC's survey process to provide feedback. And that will be an ongoing process. As I mentioned, we'll be presenting this work. Actually, my colleague, Dr. Hecker, who is in the air right now flying and unable to join us at this moment, he will be presenting this work with members of the task force who are now a committee at the Vet Ed conference. And then my colleague, Janine Hawley, who's ICVA's Chief Operations Officer, she is wanting to set up now a roundtable discussion for the licensing boards on this topic here in the coming months as well. So hopefully we can continue the conversation and make sure that we've addressed any concerns appropriately.
Thank you so much for that. Any other comments?
So I think what would be really great for us is once these assessments are done, we can use this potentially as another continuing education requirement for, or not continuing education, but that too, but for probation conditions. Because this whole thing came up is because the discipline that we're seeing, and a lot of it stems from poor communication. And so when we see that, we would be able to add this as a probation condition that they have to go through this assessment, which would be really, really great. The other thing to consider is potentially allowing this as another continuing education opportunity. If they want to get CE, they could take the assessment similar to how the board just allowed our professional members to get continuing education to take the California law exam. So it would be something similar that I think would be really great to encourage them to take this assessment proactively. But with that, Dr. Case, thank you so much for coming and giving that presentation. And forgive me if I missed it, but was there an ETA on when you think the assessments would be available?
So at this point, thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. This is, as I mentioned, one of the ICBA boards and mine top priorities. We know that we need this assessment. Really excited about having the blueprint. As I think most people know, that blueprint is that cornerstone for then how do you build an assessment. And where the committee is now, or where the board is now, is to stand this committee up full-time so that it's not a short-term task force. And the committee intends to be finalizing its crossing of T's and dotting of I's with the June ICVA board meeting, which is just around the corner. The communication skills leadership just met last week and are talking about potentially looking for assessments to pilot. I wish I could tell you it's a fast process. It's not. But we are looking next to find assessment methods that we could pilot on the blueprint, and would hope to bring something sooner than later, as what I will say. We're just really excited to have a blueprint, but we really want that feedback as well from the community on the blueprint as we're moving that process forward. But I promise I will keep you posted for sure.
Thank you.
Okay. I see there are no other comments from the board. We would like to open up this agenda for the public to comment on. Anybody from the room? I see no one. Moderator, can we open up the line for comments on agenda item 8?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment on the presentation, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And we ask that each person limit themselves to 3 minutes. We'll give you a 15-second warning. Are there any comments on the presentation? I do not see any requests. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you so much. And again, Dr. Case, thank you for taking the time to do the presentation for us.
Thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, next on our agenda is agenda item 6, which is the review, discussion, and possible action on MDC committee report with Dr. Waterhouse.
Thank you. Cheryl Waterhouse, Chair of the MDC. Okay, my report. We took a straw poll of the committee members, and we also decided that we liked the action minutes instead of the 32-page full minutes, yes. Under our public comment for items not on the agenda, we did have one veterinarian call who said he was an anesthesiologist, Dr. Stefano Di Concetto, and he asked if it was legal for RVTs to do ultrasound and guided regional anesthesia. He made it sound like he was seeing that and wanted to know if it was allowed, if it was legal. And Jessica said that the board would be in contact with him to get more information, and then the board would decide whether they needed to pursue that.
Yeah, so we could talk about that either now, or we could talk about it in future agenda items if the board wants to add that onto a future agenda item as well. But not so much of whether or not it was legal. He has concerns about RVTs performing the ultrasound guided regional anesthesia. Because our laws do not prohibit it and they can do anesthesia, they can do it as long as because you have the supervision requirements, and as long as they're trained, there's no prohibition from that. So there's concerns from the anesthesiologists about RVTs doing that, and so they offered to provide a presentation on why they're concerned about it and what recommendations they would like. But that was the gist of the public comment.
Anybody wants to make a comment? Dr. Tomlinson?
I'd love to hear his presentation.
Okay, so you could do that in 2 ways. They could come directly to the board, or most often when there's something that comes to the board that would need further research, then the board could send it to the MDC to have the presentation there, or you could have it here. It's up to you what you want to do.
Well, I know, because I mean, then, again, I would like to have I think it's more about getting both sides of it, because then if we hear one side, we need to hear both sides and not just have a one-sided presentation. So I think it would be something that that the MDC should pursue, instead of having it come to the board and we hear one side and we don't have all the factual information. So I think all stakeholders, this is an MDC thing where all stakeholders involved should be notified so that we can hear all information.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Dr. Bradbury.
So that, I mean, I think this actually will come back to an agenda item that is next, I believe. I don't know. In any case, if these presentations are done at the MDC meeting and we're unable to attend the MDC meeting, and then we don't get we just get a summary of these things. So in some cases, I think it would be nice for the whole board to see it. So anyway, we can talk about that later.
Regardless, I just think that it should be both sides. So however it's presented, if it's to the board or to the MDC. I just think that it should be a stakeholder. So that's what I'll.
And I mean, the board can't attend. So the board can't attend, just can't actively participate at that point.
It's not that we can't attend, it's like, we're working people, we have, like, we're taking
Got it.
many days off
Yeah.
of our life, and
And
now we're taking another day off to do something that we think is important to show to the board, because it's now in another committee meeting. So if we had time to do all that, we would just have 3 days of board meetings, and then, which is also on the table, but I'm just saying, like, if that's the whole idea, anyway.
I think if there is a presentation by the person who's bringing in the concern, I would say just by like the presentation itself, the board can make a decision if it warrants further study that can be directed to the MDC. I think at the very like core of it is I would love to understand what the concern is and what perspective he's bringing in. If there's a different thinking, I guess, then that's something that can be forwarded to the NDC to research and say what's the validity of the concern. Dr.
I'm concerned that if we do that, then our board meetings will turn into 3 days. It'll be too much. So we direct what we want the MDC to research on an objective basis. But, you know, so if every presentation, if every single issue is to be presented to us, I mean, what's the purpose of the MDC?
Sorry. So, I mean, we've had presentations from the rodeo groups, we've had, and the practitioners who work at rodeos. I mean, we've had these presentations from time to time. It doesn't mean it has to be a long presentation, and additionally, it may not be something we want the MDC to spend a lot of time on, and they, you know, they have a lot that they're already doing. So I guess I'm not like strongly in one way or another, but I don't think that that us, you know, I think we don't have a lot of these requests. I don't think that we have had, you know, in our history, we've heard from different groups and had the time to do that. So anyway, I either way, but I think that the conversation about what the MDC does and what the board does and all of that is upcoming, and we can talk more about that at that time. But
That's actually what I was just going to say. I think maybe we are putting the cart before the horse. Maybe we talk about the MDC, before we make this decision, maybe we have a conversation, the MDC conversation first. And then we can come back to this and decide how we handle this conversation. We know we can put this into future agenda items.
That was a good point. Thank you so much. Any other comments? Public comment? So we can continue, Dr. Waterhouse.
Okay, thank you. So our next conversation, yeah. So our next conversation, our next agenda item was discussing the HQ, HVSN services and MASH clinics. And that's what we spent a large part of our day yesterday on. And so I talked to Dr. Solicito before the meeting today, and we're kind of go through, I have like 8 or 9 different points here that we needed for me to inform you. So we'll go one by one. So the first one, first thing that we debated was that we decided there was no amendments needed to the VCPR for MASH clinics to operate.
Does anybody want to comment on that? That there are no amendments to the current VCPR requirements that will be applied to this HQ HVSN services.
And it does say in the memo why too, but it was the gist of it was it came because Animal Balance had raised a concern in the initial presentation that the VCPR was really challenging to do. They were complying with what the law said, but they still said it was challenging. And so that was part of the discussion. Since then, Animal Balance had said, this isn't a concern that we have. We are able to do it. Therefore, the committee decided not to make any changes. However, the board did receive the MDC received public comment during that time that from CVMA that they do have concerns about the VCPR when as it relates to the high quality, high volume spay and neuters, and is part of their task force that they're looking at. And so I do think that potentially is something that's not just because this was not being pursued right now, it may need to be pursued in the future based on what comes out of CVMA's high quality, high volume spay and neuter task force.
And I guess the recommendation also came from like what Animal Balance had provided, that they're okay with the current VCPR requirements, but not all high quality, high volume spay neuter services are designed or tailored the way or have resources like Animal Balance. So I guess that was one of the concerns that was brought up, that it's not a one size fits all. So any comments from the board? Recommendations on how we're moving forward with this?
Yeah. Okay.
We started with the
Okay.
easy one.
All right, I guess we move on to the next one.
Okay, the next point. How we talked about how to refer to this procedure. In the memo, you can see that it had been proposed to call it high volume spay neuter. Yeah.
Who is it?
Okay, whether to call it HVSN or HQ HVSN. And so you could again read in your memo about the logic behind calling it high volume spay neuter, because we're applying minimum standards at the Veterinary Medical Board and so on and so forth. So that was the next point that we discussed. And I think we ended up with HQ HVSN, although there was a lot of debate about that.
So a few things. There was the overall concern about using the term quality, not that we do the minimum standard, we apply the standard of care, whatever that standard of care was within it, but there's concerns about what the perception of quality would be if that comes from the board. There's a lot of discussion since then from after the memo though. And I think where the MDC had landed was we're okay with leaving quality in as long as you're tying it to the shelter standards that they're following. So you could say, deem it as high quality, but follow up with the current standards in shelter medicine to do that. The other thing that they talked about was as part of high quality, high volume spay and neuter definition, they talked a lot about, went back and forth of the 20 versus 30 and how many should you do. And they ultimately agreed on 20 as the appropriate number. 20 was what the experts who were presenting that they had said was doable. It also aligns with what's in 2010 right now. And so they did agree with the 20. So as far as the what is high quality, high volume spay and neuter, they did the 20 and they said they could leave quality as long as it's tied to current, that those services are done with the current ASV standards.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify, there is a set guideline, the Association of Shelter Veterinarians guidelines, that is being used as a template for high quality, high volume spay neuter surgeons, veterinarians. And that is what is being discussed, that if we are to remove the word high quality, it goes both ways. It could either kind of suggest diminished quality on the end of the ones who are doing the high volume spay neuter. And also like the other, on the other end, we were also saying that does that mean that you're establishing it to be better than the regular space that are being done? So I think the consensus was, as long as we tie it into the published guidelines that are established, then we could do high quality. And at the same time, I guess that was it. Okay.
Wanna go
Who was first?
He is.
Dr. Maniak, go ahead.
I understand the concept. The problem is that if you label it with high quality, we're changing standard of care in California. We cannot label it. We present the guideline, but we cannot put quality in any of this because that is going to put us in deep trouble.
I disagree because the term HQ, HBSN has been used as a terminology for over what, 30 years?
Not
And
in a regulatory, not in
yes, I
regulatory.
understand it. And that's why
And that's why we cannot use it in regulatory.
Dr. Tomlinson.
So we have a standard of care, and now we're going to provide an exception to that to lower that standard. And that's called high quality. What is regular quality called? Exceedingly high quality? We can't have an exception and call it high quality. That's what they're asking for, aren't they? They're asking for an exemption to the standards. Right?
I don't think we're lowering the quality though. And I think that's the thing we need to get away from. We're not lowering the quality. Because in the Practice Act, we have a minimum standard of care.
Should we
So
call
we
it?
have a minimum standard of care. So that is, so now what we're putting in is, and I understand because I'm coming from the same place where you were coming from now, but I've actually listening to the conversation yesterday. I understand where we can change and put in quality, high quality, because anybody in regular practice can do what we are asking them to do. So they can do the same thing as long as they follow the ASV guidelines. They too can practice the high quality, high volume.
But theirs wouldn't be called high quality.
Yes, they can.
I quickly just need to clarify the exemption that they're asking. They're not actually asking for an exemption to the standard of care. They're asking for an exemption to the veterinary premises standards, which is different than standard of care. So I just want to clarify, we're not saying an exemption to the standard of care.
Right, but we're saying that we are approving that and labeling it as high quality. If all of a sudden we are seeing cases where we have surgeons performing, let's say, enterotomy or an orthopedic procedure, and this is the quality that they are showing, as in not in an operating room, how can we come down on them when we have labeled this as high quality?
We have to remember, it goes with high quality, high volume spay and neuter.
I understand, but
It's
you're calling it
exclusive
high
to-
quality.
They're trying to, it's a description of a service that is being provided. It's
But that
not just
description of a
specific-
service is also a label of a certain standard, That's why we can't have that in any of our regulations. I understand that it's a label, that it is a title of something, but the term high quality, if it's in any of our regulatory guidelines, that is also, there is a definition of high quality.
Can our council comment on that? We have two people here that actually know what we can and can't do in regulations.
I'm not really sure how to comment on it. I think this is a term of art that was explained to us yesterday, and that's the reference point that we're using. There's not an exception to the actual procedure. I'm not quite sure what the basis would be that it couldn't be included in regulations.
I'm not saying it can't be included. I'm just saying it's going to cause a lot of problems. I'm saying it shouldn't be included.
Can I, another question would be, 20 is the number which they have recommended. Is that 20 average, 20 minimum, 20, 20 what?
It's define that further, which was my next point. It's 20 surgeries of a dog, cat, or a rabbit, or any combination thereof per veterinarian per 12 hours
Minimum.
minimum.
That's all I'm asking, whether it's minimum or average. I guess now I can comment on yesterday's testimony. Many of them said 30, 35 is what they are aiming for. And 20, when asked, the experts said, oh yeah, we could probably do that in a regular hospital. Well, that's what two of them said. They could possibly do 20. Is that not possible? I mean, I'm just saying what they said yesterday.
I guess it's possible. Just have to be very good spay and neuter surgeons.
Sounds like high quality, if they're very good. I guess what I'm saying is, when they said there were trainees doing this, I question how trainees doing this can be high quality. I question how, when speed matters, how is it that we say, well, they don't have to hit that?
I respectfully disagree because I do not believe that the guests on that did the thing said 30 yesterday.
No, it was the subcommittee that came up
It was
with
the
the 30.
subcommittee
So
that
it
came
was-
up with 30. It
And,
was
and we
not,
did that by talking to other veterinarians who were doing
Right.
these procedures.
it was not the people on that did the presentation yesterday. They did not say 30. They were the ones that recommended 20.
Oh,
So I just want to make sure for clarification to the rest of the board, they did not say 30. That's why we went down to 20.
right.
So because of what the presenter said.
Yes.
So we changed it to 20 because of what the presenters said yesterday and what they had said that, and Dr. Brown said that during training and just like for new grads and training and experienced veterinarians, and to be able to do like, just on an average of base, if you have larger dogs and if you have cats and you have cats that are pregnant and all of that, then she felt that 20 was a more realistic number. And so that's why I was the one who made that recommendation.
I think it's important to note too, that one of the points that was made on the MDC was if we put in our regulation to stick to just high volume spays and neuters, there's nothing that prevents the industry from adding high quality onto it. So they could still call it high quality. Our actual definition though would just be high volume, was a point that was made.
Is there any reason why our exemption to the premises part of it couldn't just specify high volume?
It's up to the board what you want to do. That was a concern that was raised in the memo, and the recommendation in the memo was to keep it to high volume because that's more objective versus the subjective term of high quality. So it's an option, but then it's also an option as long as I had something to tie objectively to the term high quality, it's easier to enforce. So if the board wanted to keep high quality, you need to give me something that I can enforce, so I could do that. But it's still up to the board. Is that something you want to do? Or do we stick to high volume with the definition, what volume means?
I just wanted to clarify really about the high quality, high volume, we want, well, for me, my understanding is we put the label high quality because there is a certain standard which is defined in the ASB guidelines that need to be adhered to. That makes it high quality. It's not just the number of animals that you get to spay or neuter in a day. And that makes the big difference. And I think we need to put that in because there is that expectation for them to adhere to that standard. That's the difference. Dr.
I
Bradley.
had two things. So just in response to that, if we were then referencing that it had to be under the standards of this other document, that would make more sense because that would be somewhat of a definition. But the second thing is that I believe there's legislation that's being going through right now. I don't know what the status of the 2010, yeah. And so I also am like wondering how much conversation we should be having if we're not even going to be making a regulation or changing anything if the legislation goes through. Not that we shouldn't continue our work, but at the same time, we're spending an awful lot of time and energy on something that at some point in the near future may be out of our hands.
I think that we should find out where we land on this and see how close we are to the legislation. How closely are we aligned to the legislation so that we can then be able to take a position? Because based on yesterday, let's just like, I think that's where what we should do. Because that might help us with AB 2010. And so if we can get through this, that will be a better conversation for us to discuss AB 2010.
What's the opposition to setting, having the guidelines and not labeling it? Just stating that this exemption is for when these guidelines are being met without labeling it in any way. Do we have to give it a label on volume and quality?
Well, so so you're saying, just say that these services are, if they're providing spay and neuters according to these standards, now they get the exemption. That makes it very hard enforcement wise for us to even know who gets this exemption then. Because if they start doing these, these temporary pop-up clinics that are good for 1 to 3 days, we have no idea if that exemption will apply or not. And they won't even know if that exemption applies or not, because it's just, you're essentially saying anyone who performs these services then now if they're
No,
following
but
this, they're
they
exempt.
have to follow the guidelines.
So you could
under
follow
the
the guidelines
label.
though in a fixed premises, right? And so then you would say, well, I'm following the guidelines. I don't have to have an aseptic surgery room, right? So we need, if you're talking about exempting them from a certain requirement in the minimum standards, I need to know who gets that exemption. And if you just say, if you're following these standards, you're exempt, then every veterinary premises may be exempt if they're providing that service.
I don't understand how the labeling of it changes that.
Because you're defining who gets that exemption.
No.
Go ahead.
I think what he's saying is define it, but don't label it. In other words, say you must do 20, you must follow these specific things, but don't call it high quality, high volume. Just say if you do 20 and you do this, you may apply for this exemption. And not putting the header of high quality.
I guess I think I'm still a little confused on how that would be able to be enforced to differentiate those who are in a fixed premises providing the same kind of services to those in this temporary pop-up setting that's only open 1 to 3 days.
What does it matter? How are we protecting the public any differently? If it's
One
good for the goose.
requires the surgery room and one doesn't, right? Your mic's not on.
Sorry. there are other conditions for the high quality, high volume spay neuters. We're not limiting ourselves with just their ability to do spays and neuters. We're also looking at, are they, how they're servicing the community, right? Or looking into the cost that they're charging, low cost spay and neuter, and on all of this. So it's not just their ability to do high quality, high volume spay and neuter. The exemptions is being looked into where all of this as a public service.
What I'm saying is, if you list those 12 things which are required for this to be the exemption, why do we have to label those 12 things high quality?
You don't. I mean, that's up to the, but I still need to know like what this group is called. Like who gets this?
I just, oh, sorry. I just wanted to say, maybe we go through the rest of this because we may not want to do this at all. And we haven't even gotten there. And there's, the difference between septic and aseptic surgeries and what the concerns are there. And I don't know, I just wonder if it would be good to hear the whole thing and then we can come back to that since we've talked about this a bit. What do you think?
Okay, we'll continue on, Dr. Waterhouse.
Okay, my next point, our next point was the need for a separate area for surgery. So currently there's a requirement for a separate surgery room that is walls and a solid door that, or a door that fills this doorway space. And so we debated quite a bit about this one as well. And in the end, we voted 8-1 to say that a separate area that's just demarcated by tape on the floor or something like that would be okay, would meet the requirement for an aseptic surgery. And I'll also go ahead and tell you that the one that did not go along with that was me.
Anybody who wants to make a comment?
I agree. It is not an aseptic surgery if it is in an open area. There's a reason why it's closed.
So when you're saying you agree, are you saying that you do not think it should be a separate designated area? It should stay a room?
I am not sure about the overall thing about having a MASH clinic because I also read this and am considering the risk to animals being put to sleep because they aren't being spayed and neutered. So I know that there's that. But if we are talking about specifically whether an aseptic, the aseptic surgery area can be defined as not having walls, I don't agree with that statement. I think that in order to call a surgery aseptic, you would need walls and a very closed off space to prevent dust and hair and germs. I mean, there's a reason why there used to be a lot of infections and now there's not. So if we, I don't think that we can change the definition of what an aseptic surgery area is to just being taped off in a 10 feet away from something else.
So what we learned is it's actually aseptic technique versus aseptic area. And so, and I talked to a very well-known surgeon in our area and had conversations over the last few weeks with him. And yeah, it's hard for surgeons and doing things, but the realization is that we do have a lot of pets being euthanized. And yes, these may be owned pets and owned animals. However, they go on to have other problems or they get pregnant and then they have unwanted pets that get euthanized. And so we have an overpopulation problem. And in the conversation with the surgeon, we talked about this and then the presentation confirmed the same thing he was reporting in that we're not comparing apples to apples. And a surgery that is done by these HQHVSN surgeons is the time in surgery and the very small surgery site. Those are the things we need to be looking at. And so the infection rate is so low, and they have statistics to show this. And so we're not comparing those things. We're not looking at the facts. And so things have changed. Time has changed. So I just, I think an area, we can mark that area off further. We can require it to be further away, but that was why I voted for an area.
What
Okay, if
I
I
would
could-
like,
Tomlinson.
One, we absolutely need to pass something. We need this service. One. Two, as you said, the reason these have such low incidence of complications is they're fast, they're tiny, they're done by really skilled surgeons. It's completely different than what we're used to in traditional practice. Just because we have a lot of animals excess that are euthanized has nothing to do with quality. So we can't say there's so many euthanized, therefore this is high quality. They don't correlate whatsoever. Go ahead.
what I'd like to know, I'd like to hear from a surgeon that doesn't do HQ, high quality, high volume spay and neuters, to tell us, a surgeon that does something like orthopedic procedures, and if he's okay with doing it in treatment, doing an orthopedic surgery in a treatment area, if his incision is a certain measurement and done within 15 minutes. If he's okay with that being done in treatment and without him having to go through the whole thing that surgeons go through for aseptic procedures.
I would have to disagree, because then you would have somebody opining on something that
But you're
their
telling me
perspective is
time
totally-
and size of the incision is what goes into whether you need aseptic technique versus clean technique.
So the surgeon I was talking to was an orthopedic surgeon. He
Okay.
does orthopedics. And he is the one that told me all of this. I mean, you can read everything, and he presented stuff that absolutely agrees. There's no, and I know it's hard. I mean, you're doing it, but he said he gets it and he understands why people have a problem with it, but we're not comparing apples to apples. So I get it. It is still aseptic, but it's aseptic technique versus aseptic area. And I know it's hard.
Okay, Dr. Waterhouse has a comment.
I do want to follow up a little bit. So we asked, when Animal Balance was there, about their complication rate, and their complication rate that they gave us was low. But when asked how they calculate that complication rate, it was by giving all these people that bring in their animals a telephone number, and it's upon them to call. And I don't think you can calculate a complication rate that way. Because people, one, they go home and lose the paper. Two, they don't call anyway. When I have seen complications from our local HVSN, I always ask them, did you call and tell them that this happened? They're like, oh, no, I didn't want to bother them.
Since we're talking about
Well, we-
anecdotal information, I would have to say my own experience in shelter and in, what you call this, HVSN services. I tell you, the people who bring their animals to this services, either one, they're not going to go to any vets at all anyway, or they are I would say, I don't know the term, but these are the very passionate people that any scratch on the dog that doesn't seem right is an animal welfare violation. So I would say this is still feedback that we get from, people that avail of this service is still reliable. You will get complaints, you will get feedback from folks. I would not disregard the fact that if nobody's complaining, maybe because everything is fine, right? So again, without data, and unfortunately, that's what the group has said, they don't have enough data, but all they know anecdotally is that nobody has, the reports or the feedback is very low for complications.
Is we also suggested to the people that were presenting yesterday, or asked them about making a requirement to have a tent or some kind of structure, temporary structure that they set up in this gymnasium for them to take the animals into to do surgery. And they were concerned that the surgeons might get hot. But to me, that would be a simple solution.
Dr. Tomlinson.
One thing I found interesting yesterday was that there was a vast majority of people who felt an area was acceptable. And the question is whether we are going to call that area an aseptic area. And I really feel that we need to say that an area is acceptable, but we should not declare it aseptic.
That was my point.
I think the whole aseptic versus clean versus, that is just, I think we're trying to get some sense of consensus, right? The panel yesterday have agreed that there are things that they changed that they would normally do if it was a regular, spay at a hospital or, But the thing is, I don't think they're stuck on the label of aseptic. They just don't want it to be labeled any less than what is being done because they think that it just also projects the negative impact that it would have, that people would think that this is something less than what they would get.
But it is less.
But it is
But it's
less.
not.
Well, it
I
is.
disagree.
It's not it's not an aseptic area. So I don't think it's like a big deal. I think that as a board and as somebody who's writing language, we can't, make up definitions that aren't factual and call it aseptic. It's not an aseptic area. We know it's not. Like,
I don't believe our surgery rooms are aseptic areas. I think
that's fine, but it's been defined as an aseptic area and it's
No.
supposed to be. And so I think that we can't, having an area walled off in a gymnasium, I'm not against this. I just want to be clear. I'm not against this happening. I just think that we should be very careful in how we word things. I just think that by saying that, we're basically taking things that were clean surgeries, which this would be, is a clean surgery, and we're saying it's okay in this instance to do a spay. It would be an exception for an aseptic surgery to be done in a clean area. I mean, what people do, LDAs, RDAs in the field in stocks. Like, we have cows that are having surgery with manure on them. I mean, so it's okay. It's like we have to do this sometimes in the trenches, and this is in the trenches. But I just don't think we should. I think we should be very careful in how we're defining things.
We just need to tell the truth. It is what it is, and it doesn't meet the standard of what we call an aseptic room.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. So I don't disagree with it. That is not at all. I just don't, that's why I started by saying it's aseptic technique versus aseptic area.
I think we're in agreement that an area is okay. What we haven't established is what we are in agreement for what to call the area.
Just to clarify, the shelter standards don't call it an aseptic area either. They call it an operating area environment. And that was the consensus from the MDC, is that these procedures can be done in a designated operating area versus a designated aseptic surgery room. So that was the consensus. So we don't have to call it an aseptic area. If that's the consensus, we just essentially say it can be done, these services can be done in an designated operating area.
Do we define that anywhere?
What a designated operating area is, not currently, but that's part of this discussion. So the goal is to get feedback from this board on the directions that you want to go. Then we can go back to the MDC and say, okay, this is the direction. Now let's look into this. I can say when we were talking about it, we were looking at the operating area in the shelter standards, and we can mirror some of that language. And in the memo, it talks about that. So we could go, we just want to know, is that on the right track? Are we okay with the separate area? And if so, then we can do it. But we didn't want to do language if you all were saying, no, it has to be a room. Does that make
I
sense?
think we're all in agreement
It can be an area.
of what we want to happen. We're all in agreement of the field. The problem that some of us are having is that we want to put labels on it. And putting the label on it can cause problems within the Veterinary Practice Act elsewhere as a consequence. But we, like the defining the area and defining what are the requirements for this operating area is a great thing that we would want MDC to do.
I think when we do things like this, you can say, and Elizabeth or like they can correct me if I'm wrong, you can say for this definition only, right? You can define for these purposes only HQ HVSN means. And you don't, so if I'm wrong and I'm speaking out of turn and I have no idea what I'm talking about, they can say it and I won't be offended. But we can say those things and it doesn't have to be taken out of context for that section.
Are we going back to HQ?
So I just,
Trying to move forward
yeah,
so that they cannot go backwards and move on to the next section in number 5.
I just want to make sure too, what I understand you saying is essentially any spays and neuters who are following the spay and neuter programs in these guidelines would be able to be performed in an operating area concurrent with the guidelines, something. And not do this whole thing of high quality, high volume spay and neuters. It's because this document is not just for the MASH style clinics. This is spay and neuter programs in these guidelines. So you're proposing that an exemption for everybody who is doing spay and neuters according to these guidelines aren't required to be done in a separate surgical area, or aren't required to be done in a separate surgical room.
Areas are good.
Okay.
Okay, question, because I think it also in there, doesn't it say, not necessarily an aseptic surgery area, but it says that spays need to be done in an aseptic manner. Correct? I know, that's different. But we still go back to that issue, don't we?
I want to be sure we don't use the word aseptic and area in the same sentence.
Yeah. I think if that's the direction the board wants to go, I think we can take this back and try to develop some language for that really takes it a whole step back of anyone performing these services according to these guidelines, those services are not required to be performed in the separate room and I think we can work with that if that's the goal of the board.
Would that be helpful for shelters?
Yeah, well, yeah, because it wouldn't even be related to high quality, high volume anymore. Any shelters or any facility, any veterinarian doing these services according to these guidelines would not have to do any of those services in a separate surgical room.
So they don't need the training that
Don't the guidelines say they must be trained, they must be done here, I mean, there are a lot of
So,
guidelines.
yeah, so, and I mentioned yesterday, when I talked about the guidelines and incorporating them into regulation, you run into a few issues. One, you want to make sure that everything in here is what you want to be able to then essentially give the force of law, which is what you would be doing. And then I would not want to put like a date to it because they can evolve. And you run the risk of, these haven't been updated since 2016. So things evolve. And so you run the risk of not with that, but all of that in mind, I think we would have to, if that's the direction, the MDC has better guidance to know the direction the board wants to go. The next step would be go through these completely with a fine tooth comb, talk to stakeholders, see if this is something that we are okay with putting in. We can do that.
I just want to go back to our original reason for this, and that is to help get more spays and neuters done by anybody we can. And certainly we started with the MASH units, but I don't think we need to limit it to that if everybody else does it to the same standard. Whether it's a shelter, whether it's a four-walled place, anything, the more people who can do it high quality per those regulations, the better.
Right, so you want I'm just kidding.
I did.
At the risk of pointing out the obvious, the guidelines themselves do not use the word HQ, HV in the title. The title of the guidelines, and that's an attachment to agenda item 6B1, attachment 1, is Association of Shelter Veterinarians 2016 Veterinary Medical Care Guidelines for Spay and Neuter Programs. So the guidelines themselves, it uses the term internally, but the title of the document itself does not use high quality. So if the guidelines are being incorporated by reference in some way in the actual text, that solves the problem, I think.
So I guess taking that whole step back, if that's the direction of the board, then we don't really need to talk about any of the other actual exemptions because you're essentially saying that they don't have to follow these other items.
Keep it simple.
So would they be getting exemptions?
I'm sorry, what?
Would they be getting exemptions if this could apply to anybody?
Yeah, so it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, the direction of the board is to take a whole step back and say any spays and neuters being performed according to these standards would not be required to be performed in a separate surgical room.
For instance, so there don't be exemptions of fees.
Well, I mean, how would we,
Yeah.
I mean, if you do talk about fees, how would we even know who that is? Like, as far as implementation wise, that would be a logistical nightmare. So I mean, if you're gonna do it that high level, I don't think there's any way to do that, but.
Yeah, just to add my 2 cents worth, mine's more of an emotional level, having worked in animal welfare and humane societies for the last 20 years, and seeing how many animals are being dumped at shelters and being killed at many other places, high kill shelters. So anything we can do to help that, the only way out of it, I think, is spay neuter, high volume spay neuter. So I'm not sure whether the step back we're talking about is going to help that, or because I mean, it's a cost issue too, right? So the high volume is what helps them be able to do it. These groups that can go in and they people are always fundraising for costs for spay neuter. That's like the big push everywhere. So yeah, the details of the way you're naming it, I totally appreciate that level of detail, and just we need to get there, I guess is my, I think you've said that, my doctor. Yeah.
Just to to add to yours, the goal is to get more ability to do the high volume everywhere, not just at MASH clinics. To me, the exclusion for fees is a separate issue from the medical part. I see them as two separate things, and certainly they could be in the same bill, but one does not beget the other.
I'm not sure I understand that comment about the fees.
Yeah, we haven't talked about the exclusion of fees, and I've got some concerns about how board staff is supposed to exclude people from fees, because we've not discussed this, and I've got some serious concerns about how we are going to do that. And so I got some alarms going off in my head about that. So we just said that everybody can participate. If you want to participate, you can participate. So how does board staff track people? Because we put in the memo that they can apply online for Breeze, put in and say, we're going to have an event because we're going to offer low cost or no cost spay and neuter event. And it's going to be, we're going to do this many, dog, cat, rabbits on this day, and it's going to go from this time to this time. So now we're not going to charge you fees, but you have to notify us and you have to let us know that these veterinarians are participating. And we're trying to make it as easy as possible for them. And if you do this, there's no charge for that. So not only, the board has to track this. There are costs involved in this. And so now we're saying we're not going to charge you, and now everybody can participate. That's a lot.
We're not saying that, though. We're not saying everyone can participate. We're saying that people who do these programs, so basically the taking a step back is opening it up so that it's actually a broader program.
I just want to
for
make sure.
shelters and for also for these pop-up clinics. And it seems like you would just apply with the same application and show the same thing. And, if it's a shelter that's doing it, then it doesn't
So
seem
I
like it's a
think-
big
I
deal.
think the consensus of the board is to still pursue a potential exemption for those who are solely offering this free to low cost, no cost to the public. We can take that back and try to make that work. Okay.
I'm just processing. That's all I'm saying. I'm just processing and making sure that this is doable.
Okay.
Okay, the other thing we had was a notice to the consumer that the surgery may be done in a clean versus sterile manner. So we're past, okay. But it was a notice to the consumer. So it's a sign or it's on the authorization papers or, yeah. Yeah. Just letting you know.
Well, no, I think you still need to have that discussion at this point, because it's regardless of where they're at, you're taking a step back and saying that these can be performed in an area, which it sounds like everybody's in agreement. Well, like not everybody, but there's people have the opinion that it's not aseptic. And so the MDC was also very split on should the consumer have a notice that it may not be aseptic surgery.
Yes.
So I think what would be good, because the MDC was split, to know from this board, do you want that or not? Because we need to know, do we need to craft it or not?
I don't think we're split.
I do not believe they need to know.
Well, and my comment would be that most consumers wouldn't even know what that means.
Exactly.
And
At
it would
least then
scare
they
them
would
and they
ask.
might not do the
And
surgery.
now,
I don't know.
correct, because now somebody has to go and explain to them the difference because they're asking questions and they need to know. And so now the surgeon has to go up because you have somebody up front who has no idea what they're explaining to them. And so now the surgeon has to take time, or an RVT has to take time to go explain, and they're not performing surgery because they're taking time to explain what the difference is between a clean and an aseptic surgery is.
I'm interested to know why it was raised that the consumer should know. Do we feel this is less safe for the patients? Because to me, if we're saying these types of procedures we are comfortable with, right? We're comfortable advocating for, because even though it doesn't meet the definitions of what other surgical procedures, because it's, limited to spay and neuters, blah, 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 we feel it's safe, then why should the consumer know the difference if we're comfortable with that safety issue? If we're saying, hey, consumer, we're doing this and we're okay with it, but we want you to know it's not as clean as other surgeries because it's less safe, then that's a different conversation. So what was the reasoning for the notice to consumer?
Because we are a Consumer Protection Bureau.
Correct, absolutely. But what's the protection? Are we worried that
If this is a
environment-
regular hospital, this would be done in a surgery room with it's not total, the surgery room is not totally aseptic, no, but it's much cleaner than doing this out in what we would call the treatment room or in a gymnasium.
Sure,
So it's
but
much
in
cleaner.
the
So there is
practice of
less
veterinary
less
medicine,
risk
you
in a
could-
surgery room. Yes.
But if you excise a cyst that you do in your veterinary office versus doing it in a surgical room, there's different cleanliness standards. That procedure might be acceptable in both forms if you don't have to put the pet under anesthesia or whatever. But do we tell the consumer, I can do it here, right here in the office?
There's a big difference between excising a cyst and removing your ovaries and your uterus.
No, what I'm just trying to say is the notice to consumer needs to be based upon.
Yeah, we just made a decision up here that it's okay. And if we're saying that it's okay to do it, why are we?
Because
I'm not saying it's equal risk. I still think that there's more risk associated with being in a clean area than in a surgery room for postoperative infection. I believe that, and I believe there's a reason. That's the reason why we've developed these surgery rooms in the first place, is that it minimizes risk. So I do think that there's an increased risk. Maybe the data is robust that they're providing, and maybe it's not. We don't know. There hasn't been a controlled study that's been peer reviewed, and so we don't know. We don't have an evidence-based way of saying what's what, but based on our knowledge of bacteriology, all of the different issues associated with post-surgical infection, there is an increased risk if you don't have a specific surgery room, at least to the best of our knowledge at this time, without additional studies that have been provided. If somebody can show me a study, that would be great. I'd love to see it. But I think there is potentially an increased risk. And I do agree, I see the other side, that it might be confusing to people. But we are saying that the risk benefit, the benefit of doing it this way is worth the increased risk. And so as a consumer protection agency, we are willing to accept that increased risk for the consumer and the pets and the pet population by moving forward with this. But we're not saying that we believe that this is the same thing, doing it in a surgery room versus doing it in a gymnasium. So that's.
I would just send it back to the MDC and let them hash it out again with what they are taking us.
I appreciate that, but they were also split. So I think it would be helpful if I just can get a straw, like to indicate like what's the majority feeling of the board of consumer notice or no consumer notice, because the MDC gets this direction from you.
Okay.
Just weighing in on the consumer notice, I think it's obvious would be to a consumer who doesn't have the level of knowledge with respect to veterinary medicine, that when you are going to receive some type of treatment at the facility like a gymnasium, that is going to be less than as safe as you can be in a hospital. I think that's obvious if to the consumer, and I think that should be taken into account. I mean, common sense has to come into play here with respect to, our consumers.
Yes, but I guess my point would be the board is taking a step back to where it's not necessarily a gymnasium. And now we're talking about, you could have a fixed facility that they're providing the same services according to these guidelines that no longer have to be in the surgical suite. So the consumer, if they're walking into a fixed facility, they don't know that their space, if they're following these standards, don't have to be in that surgical suite. It could be outside of the surgical suite. So it's not as obvious to those who are now walking into a veterinary premises.
But also, I mean, isn't the point of this kind of the high volume spay neuter? And do surgical clinics really do high volume spay neuters? And what's the cost of that? So I think I have a lot of people, because I'm the animal welfare person in our community, asking me, well, I need to get my dog spayed, but it costs whatever it is. Do you know somewhere where I could go to get that done cheaper? Well, not really, no. But, so people are either, and so I don't know whether they do it or they don't. That's the concern, right? So I could say, well, we've got this high volume spay neuter clinic happening next week. Go take it there.
Sure, but we're now no longer saying high quality, high volume. We're not putting volume, we're not saying high quality. We're saying any spays and neuters that are performed according to
I think
these
it should be high
guidelines.
volume.
So that's where it's,
That's why I would wanted to say, with what Dr. Mike made a point earlier, that we wanted everyone to do high volume space and neuters available and everything. But you know what? Nobody's stopping people to do that. What we're trying to do here is to identify these special groups that provided, more of directing it to the community for volume. And that's why I think it would be a setback for us to say, oh, just make all of this available to anyone who wants to do high volume.
Wait, but the
not
standards that
what we're
we
doing.
are discussing are stringent. I'm not going to go do this right away. I'm not going to go do this because it's okay. Because these are stringent standards. The people that do this regularly are skilled and experienced to do this. Regular vet general practices or any other practice is not going to take this on. We don't have to worry about that because these are stringent standards. That's the bottom line. It's not going to be done at every vet clinic all of a sudden. Because if we have a minimum number of spays and neuters that we're going to be doing on any given day, I'm not going to go do this now. That's not going to happen.
We didn't take out the 20.
you're leaving 20 in?
Absolutely. That's part of the requirements.
Okay. I'm glad we made the clarification because we thought we were moving labels and saying any spays and neuters that are being performed according to these guidelines now don't have to be in a separate surgical room. I thought.
No, it's all we're leaving.
Still
the
the high
standards.
volume.
Under the standards is the number of patients that are performed.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm grateful for the clarification because that's not in the standards. And so that's where I thought you were taking that away. So
No.
if we want to include the 20,
Yes.
Definitely.
According
Sorry,
to
I
the
thought that
standards.
was, I thought that was in the standards,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Christy, go ahead. That's the
Okay.
last comment.
So that's what I just wanted to just clarify, because we're not doing anything different than we said yesterday, because we were saying yesterday, okay, we were saying anybody can do this anytime, anywhere, as long as they follow the ASV guidelines. So nothing's different. It's just anybody can do it. They just have to follow these guidelines.
okay.
And-
So now we,
But it's a minimum of 20. Anybody at any time can follow this.
okay, so back to the consumer notification.
Oh, good God.
I just need to know, are we requiring it or not?
I'm making a motion to require a posted notification to the consumer.
I second that.
Okay. Mhm.
We would like to take public comment on,
I mean, so that's up to you. You could have just given direction to.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I will
but if you
withdraw
make-
I'll
it's up to
withdraw
you.
my
You're
motion,
gonna make, well, you now have a motion in a second, so.
but I can withdraw it if the other person's willing to withdraw.
I'm
it.
happy to withdraw it too
Okay.
if necessary.
Yeah, I just, I don't know how to get consensus on the
Yes,
other
I
one.
think what we did yesterday was helpful. If I could just get I could go down, you could say yes or no for the notice, so then we know what to take back to the subcommittee. And then we can potentially complete this conversation and then open up for public comment on the whole thing.
Yeah, can we go to the bathroom too?
yes.
Yes.
Do that.
Do you want to do that now?
Yes.
Why don't we get the consensus? Can we?
Okay, sure. Ms. Orlowski.
What are we-
So are you voting, like, do you want to require a consumer notice or not?
Oh, that's what we're voting on? Yes.
It's not, it's just a straw vote to provide feedback to the committee.
We want consumers to be notified.
I don't think it's necessary. How about that?
Okay, so I'm going to mark that as, okay. Dr.
Yes.
Bradford.
No.
No on individualized notice.
Yeah.
So does that mean if it's posted?
Yeah, I'd be fine with posted notice.
Posted notice.
Are you voting?
So that was the direction I think that they were going in from the MDC, is that it doesn't necessarily have to be an individual notice. It could be a posted notice, just letting them know that it could be separate. So does that change anybody else's?
Like some new, I mean, but that means that that would be one of the requirements. There is a specific sign that has specific language.
Yes.
I still don't think it's necessary.
Okay. Does that change your vote, Dr. Waterhouse?
And you mean Bradbury?
I'm sorry, Bradbury. I'm so sorry. Bradbury.
I'm confused with what we're voting on. Can we just clarify?
Not
Yeah,
voting.
so,
Or I mean, the poll.
I just need to know where the board stands on the concept of requiring a posted notification to the consumer. Yes.
Just to clarify, it's for posted notification.
Pretty good.
Can we start?
Okay. Yeah, no, there's fine. And Mr. Espinoza, you were okay with the posted?
Correct.
I am so in the middle because if everybody is going to be required for this, for the veterinary hospitals, I feel like it's necessary. And for a gymnasium, I do not. So I am so in the middle. I could go down the line. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's how I feel, but
Esposito.
yeah, I'll go.
No.
Dr. Tomlinson?
Posted, yes.
Yes.
All right. So I think the direction the MDC will go is in the direction of posting. All right. Anything else for this before public comment?
Oh, there's public comment.
I
I think we hit all our points.
Okay.
Do you have any other points that?
So do you want to take a 10-minute break? Sure, you could do that if you want.
All right, go. Let's open this agenda item. Was it 6B for, yeah, 6B, number 1. Yeah, 6B, number 1 for public comment, please. Now.
Wait, what is this? 6B? What are we now? 6B1. 6, we were on 5. Now we're on 6.
There we go. Hello, Dan Baxter, CVMA. I wanted to talk about the labeling issue first. So I want you to think about the label, the definition, and the standard of care. So label, high quality, high volume spay neuter. Okay, what's in the name? Sometimes labels and names are important, and I think that this is actually one of those times. When we heard from Dr. Bushby yesterday, he was talking about how a lot of scar tissue had built up over this term, HQVSN, over the years since the 80s or 90s, and it kind of went from this perceptional shadow realm into the perceptional light, if you will. And so now it is a recognized term of art, as Dr. Solicito said, and I fully agree with her. In terms of how you define it, okay, we have the high volume spay and neuter services definition that was suggested by the MDC. It's defined there. We've talked about now making it 20 instead of 30. But if you were to add the word high quality or quality into that, it would not change substantively the definition. It just changes the label. If you wanted to put additional guardrails on it, you could absolutely incorporate the ASV guidelines as has been suggested. So I would say, unless there is a real reason to change the terminology from high quality, high volume spay neuter to high volume spay neuter or something else, don't do it, because that term has built up some cachet and some credibility over the years. And then finally, and potentially most importantly, standard of care. None of what you're discussing today has anything to do with the standard of care when we talk about which label to pick. other than what we've been discussing relative to where it takes place, whether there has to be a room, that type of thing, the clinical standard of care for these procedures will always be the same. If I'm Dr. Baxter, thank God I'm not, because your animals would be in trouble, but if I was Dr. Baxter and I botch a high quality, high volume spay neuter procedure, I'm not going to be able to say, it was a dashed off procedure. There are different standards. This clinical standard of care is the same. I can still get my bell rung if it's that type of procedure or a standard traditionally performed spay neuter procedure. So my point there is none of what you're discussing here today vis-a-vis the labeling is going to change the actual clinical standard of care that applies. A couple other quick comments on notification. I'll offer this up as a consumer, as a lifelong pet owner. I don't think you need it. I just don't. That's less to do with my CVMA role or lawyer role, more to do with my consumer role. And then the surgical room versus not issue, I fully agree with Christy Pulowski's comments, so I'll just incorporate those. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment from the room? Okay.
Bonnie Lutz. I agree with a lot that Dan said. I also want to just emphasize that I completely agree with what Dr. Solocito said about how people will call and complain. I mean, that's my life. That's what I deal with on a daily basis. And it doesn't matter how much money they have or what vet they went to. If something goes wrong, they're going to call and complain. So I put a lot of weight on what Animal Balance and MASH are saying as far as their complication percentages, because I really believe that people will call and complain. Even if they're getting free services, they'll call and complain. I did say yesterday that I like the idea of looking at the guidelines. I have a real problem with having it all be based on the guidelines, because then that opens it up for any veterinarian in California to say, oh, I can comply with those guidelines, and they might not have even read them. I just read some of them and was really concerned about some of the sections actually in them. So opening up these exemptions to anyone who follows those guidelines, I think is a dangerous way to go. I understand that you're having difficulty otherwise trying to figure this out. But then I want to go back to something I said yesterday, which is what Dan just said, which is it's all about the standard of care at the end of the day anyway. And so whether we call it high quality, I mean, I agree that it's a term of art. High quality, high volume spay and neuter is a thing. In fact, I didn't know what it was until maybe 6 months ago when Jennifer Hawkins kept sending me emails calling something HQHVSN. So I said, and you know, the other problem is some of these young people use all these abbreviations for things. So I emailed back to Jennifer and said, what the heck is that? And she said, you don't know what that is? So anyway, it was new to me, but it's obviously a term of art that people understand. So maybe it's a good way to just, stick with that term of art. But again, I think we need to look at the fact that the standard of care is the standard of care. And it doesn't really matter where you're doing it. And that's what it boils down to as far as negligence, not whether you call something quality or you don't call it quality. Thank you.
I should also make the point that the guidelines were written in 2016, and they are planning on redoing them this year.
Okay, I guess that's the end of our public comment in the room. So moderator, could you please open up the line for those participating remotely?
Thank you. If you would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And as a calling user, you may press *3 to raise your hand. We ask each speaker to, at this point, we are not limiting for time. My apologies. Our first in line for commenting is LJ James. I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. My name is Laura James, and I urge you to closely look at this AB 2010 because on the surface it sounds like a solution, but in reality it is misleading and potentially
Sorry,
harmful.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna actually stop you right there because we're not taking public comment on AB 2010 right now. We're specifically talking about this agenda item related to high quality, high volume space and neuters. So if you have public comment.
Right. Well, this is talking about that because we're allowing you're allowing an entity to not follow guidelines, and the guidelines need to be followed. And so even though there's a claim that this is, you know, expanding access to services, it's not. What they're actually doing is attempting to bypass veterinary board regulations, and these regulations are in place for a reason, to ensure safety, health, and humane treatment of animals. And we should not be lowering our standards or carving out exceptions for a single entity that is not currently meeting that standards. That is not progress. That is a step backwards. And so we must expect everyone to follow the established protocols and undergo inspections and all of these things. If we're serious about solving the pet overpopulation crisis, then we need to focus on that, but we can't just change the rules for that. We know that the shelters are overwhelmed, and we know that this is an issue, but we cannot allow large organizations like San Diego Humane, San Francisco SPCA to decide that they're going to pass legislation and go circumvent the actual vet board to come up with new laws. This bill is, what they're talking about is, it's not going to do anything meaningful in a sustainable way. Circumventing those veterinary regulations does not solve the problem. It's actually going to create new ones, including compromised care and increased harm. And you guys are talking there about, should we get rid of the word high quality? Absolutely not. Why does anyone not have the ability to have high quality care for their pet? Like, now we're going to say, okay, this entity is allowed to only do 20 surgeries and they're going to charge $43,000 for each clinic. And that's 3 clinics, the 3-day clinic that they're doing. That's very expensive. There are very many mobile spay neuter units, and we know that the shelters need our help, but we can do better. What happens with Animal Balance, so you guys are talking about them, they actually give the local vet phone number. So if something happens to somebody's pet, then the people have to call a local vet to take care of their pet. Animal Balance isn't taking care of their pet because they're on to the next place. And so these clinics are expensive. They don't offer, you know, what happens if something happens with someone's pet? They're not going to take care of it. So for the safety of animals, for the integrity of our veterinary standards, and for the well-being of our communities, I respectfully ask that you decline any support of not making sure that we're having high quality in addition to high volume. You know, any guidelines for animal health should come from you guys, the vet board, not legislation. How dare they think that they can go around your back and make a new law in regards to animals? Those people aren't dealing with animals. Those people aren't doctors in there that are making this legislation, but they're deciding that the vet board isn't important enough that they go to you guys and ask you to change the guidelines. No, they're not. They're trying to say we're in a crisis, so we're just going to make up our own law about animals, and they don't know anything about animals. So please do not allow San Diego Humane, San Francisco SPCA to pull the wool over your eyes by going behind your back to pass legislation that is against vet board regulations. We cannot reward this group for bad behavior. And thank you for allowing us to stand up for animals and speak during your meeting.
All right, thank you for your comment. At this point, we will move on to our next commenter, Fix Our Shelters. I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
I'm just going to reiterate that we're not talking about AB 2010. I know that the topics are overlapped, but if you can just refrain from mentioning legislation or AB 2010 and stick to the actual discussion of the high quality, high volume spays and neuters being performed in a separate surgical area versus a separate surgical suite. Thank you.
And my apologies, there was a mix up there. Let me send you another request to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Good afternoon, board members. Fix Our Shelters and our coalition of rescues and animal advocates strongly support expanding access to high volume, high quality spay and neuter services. Increasing sterilization capacity is essential to reducing euthanasia, preventing suffering, and addressing California's ongoing animal overpopulation crisis. However, a crisis created by years of failed policy should not be used to justify lowering medical standards today or rushing exceptions to MASH-style clinics without the benefit of complete veterinary medical board oversight and regulation. Further, it's important to note that the key sponsors of this change and of this legislation have for years reduced intake policies that resulted in large populations of unaltered animals reproducing outside shelter systems. Many shelters continue to turn away unsterilized cats and kittens to this day. As a result, unsterilized animals continue to enter and re-enter shelters, while many others remain in communities overwhelming limited spay-neuter resources. California now leads the nation in shelter euthanasia, with hundreds of thousands refused entry remaining uncounted. This raises a fundamental question for this board. Are you willing to weaken established veterinary medical standards in ways that create foreseeable and preventable harm to patients and consumers without the appropriate and timely regulatory oversight? Spay-neuter surgery is invasive abdominal surgery requiring strict adherence to aseptic technique, anesthesia monitoring, temperature control, and post-operative care. When those safeguards are relaxed, the risks include infection, anesthetic complications, hemorrhage, delayed recovery, and preventable suffering, and in some cases, death. High quality, high volume spay-neuter surgery is a specialty. Its success depends on experienced, consistent technical skill, as well as highly trained surgical teams. Difference in experience, training, and coordination directly affect outcomes and infection risk. Even small differences in application can significantly affect outcomes. This change or any exceptions or this bill must be evaluated not on best case execution, but on the risks if replicated broadly across varying levels of skill and circumstances common to high volume settings. Temporary or multipurpose surgical suites and or settings introduce variability in sterility, equipment, and emergency response, and these factors can materially increase patient and consumer risk. The Veterinary Medical Board's process exists to evaluate these risks through a clinical and scientific lens. Circumventing that process substitutes policy expediency for medical oversight. We respectfully urge this board to assert its role in ensuring that any expansion of high-volume spay-neuter services is guided by evidence-based medical standards, enforceable safeguards, and a clear commitment to preventing avoidable harm to animal patients and consumers. In closing, if the goal is to increase spay-neuter resources and reduce animal suffering and euthanasia, the answer for the sponsors of this legislation is to invest in safe, proven, high-quality spay-neuter infrastructure to expand and increase access responsibly. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And are there any further requests for comment from our attendees? I do not see any. Oops, we got one more. Two more. My apologies. Okay, Amanda Vance, I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to take a moment to voice my opinion on this. I worked in high volume spay neuter for 17 years. I estimate I spayed neutered over 60,000 animals in my time as a spay neuter vet. And I am not entirely a fan of this course of action. First of all, as far as the ASV guidelines, it says a designated surgery area. I don't know why they said a designated surgery area, but my suspicion is that the different state boards have different standards. I shouldn't say standards, requirements for what constitutes a surgery area, and that might be why they left that open. not so these surgeries can be done out wherever it is. Secondly, as far as the high quality statement, over 17 years in the beginning, there were a lot of people that said, don't go there because it named the problems that you can think of. And I spent many years working hard to build the reputation of the spay neuter clinic I was at because we had the same standards as a full service practice. My concern is if we're making exceptions, we're going to take a step backwards that way. And that's even before we talk about animal safety. As far as animal safety, there is a very fine line between doing the best you can for the most animals possible and working on as many animals as possible and doing the best you can, if that makes sense. It's a very fine line. And the more exceptions we make, the more we're going to cross into doing as many animals as we can and dropping standards. I mean, at what point are we going back to tailgate neuters just to get them done in the field for, hey, my friend has this cat that needs to be spayed, or I'm sorry, tailgate spay in that case. So those are, lastly, as far as surgery area, if it is decided that it doesn't have to be in an enclosed room in a brick and mortar place, we need to make definitions as to what that surgery area is. It needs to be defined. Part of the ASV standards say that it should be limited to people that are necessary to the procedure, and that needs to be taken into account if this does proceed. Because if it's just a piece of tape on the ground, people are going to be wandering all over the place. And again, it just needs to be clarified. So thank you for giving me the chance to speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And let's move on. Our next commenter is Athea Pagano. I'm going to send you a request to unmute your mic.
Hi there. Thank you very much for your time. I actually built a nonprofit mobile spay and neuter clinic from the ground up. Mine was a 36-foot Freightliner with 30 kennels inside and a separate surgery area with a stainless steel table. And there's also other programs that are out there that have got it down with their travel trailers that provide an aseptic area specifically for these open invasive surgeries. So my question is, why can't that be the standard versus these community rooms on an A-frame plastic table? I feel like we can expect more out of our standards and that we owe that to our animals to do it. And so that's my take, is I don't understand why we can't provide that with these travel trailers, with these mobile spay and neuter clinics. They can wake all the animals up in the community room. So they're basically, the animal's just coming in, has its pre-op done, gets its surgery, and then can be removed to wake up. But it can still provide the aseptic area that we are all talking about. And that's it for me. Thank you guys very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your comment. At this point, I do believe we are done with the public comments. I do not see any further hands raised. So I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I guess we have a comment from the board.
Well, I know if we go on break, we're kind of done with this topic. And I would just have to say that these conversations and the public comment have made me think about some of this a little bit differently. I am, I think that it's difficult because I haven't been there for all of the stakeholder meetings. This is part of the challenge, is we just have kind of this summary that comes to us from the MDC, and even the MDC themselves weren't at all of the stakeholder meetings, right? It was just the subcommittees. If it's true that the MASH clinics only provide the referring or the general practitioner's number, then we really can't rely on their infection reports. So I just don't know if that's the case or not, if they are giving themselves I'm not sure. But I also wanted just to say I was very concerned with the aseptic terminology for the area, but the HQ, I think it would help with the definitions going back if we do go forward with this, but it does raise some concerns. All of this makes me rethink it a little bit, the comments, so.
Okay, that was a lot of things to unpack. I would say we probably need to go on a break. 15? We'll be back at 3:15. Take a breather, everyone. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We will resume our meeting. Now we're ready to continue on with agenda item 6B2.
Our next item was our recommendation to initiate rulemaking to amend California Code of Regulations, Title 16, 2030.1, regarding small and fixed veterinary premises and handling animal remains. We base this off of 2030.1A, which is already in law and says something to the effect that when no authorization to dispose of their animal is made by the owner, the veterinarian shall retain the body in the freezer for 14 days. And this came about because way back, when I was on the board, the legislature wanted us to take over regulation of the pet cremation industry, which we declined because we deal with live animals. And I think they also went to the Cemetery and Funerals Bureau. But the legislature has deemed this an important topic for us to look at again and have asked us to work on this. And Jessica, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, so as a response to the legislature, and I provided the letters to the boards for reference and reminders, but to the response of the legislature, the board said, we don't believe that this should be regulated at the Veterinary Medical Board. However, there are things that we will look at up until the body leaves the veterinary premises that are within the veterinarian's control. And so that's where this came from. We agreed to look at our current standards for veterinary premises to see what we could add in there for additional consumer protection mechanisms regarding to address some of the complaints we do see that we think we can enhance. So that's the gist of it.
So this was a subcommittee of myself and Dr. Solicito and Jessica. And so first thing we did was discuss what starts the 14 days. So obviously in the majority of cases, that's where a client brings in an animal and it's euthanized at the hospital and it's placed in a freezer. And if they can't decide, then it's held for 14 days. But there are other scenarios. For instance, if somebody's pet sitting, the owners are out of town, or somebody's just kind of nonchalantly, maybe not so watching their animal in a good manner, and they notice their neighbor's dog has died or something, and their neighbors are out of town. So there are other scenarios that need to be covered. And so we wrote the language that's in there to say that be required to retain the deceased animal in a freezer for at least 14 days from the date the veterinary premises made a documented attempt to contact the client prior to disposal. And before it was veterinarian, we changed it to veterinary premises so that it doesn't necessarily have to be the veterinarian themselves calling, but somebody needs to try and make an attempt to contact the owner. We also added that if the owner of the animal wanted to use an alternate cremation service or other disposal service, they had the right to do that. It needs to be offered. And we also debated about how long, if the veterinarian got the ashes back, how long they would need to be required to hold the ashes before they could dispose of them. And we settled on 6 months. So And this did pass our committee. Everyone voted for it. And so does anyone have any questions about that?
All right, comments, Dr. Bradbury.
I realize now that this is all just for small animal, which is good. So I was like, well, some of this with a large animal wouldn't work. And then I
Totally
remembered
different.
that conversation. And that this is small animal, but for the subsection E 5 and let's see, or E5 and E7, really, I just sometimes at where I worked at a 24-hour facility, these people would come, the company would come at all different times, and we wouldn't even know they were coming. And I guess I don't know if you do this at your clinic and have a system that is efficient and effective, but we don't always have control over when they come and if somebody's available and they don't necessarily let us know that they're there, you know. So I guess somebody does open the door for them. I just wondered how that would.
Yes, and so the service I'm using now is more technologically advanced than the past one. And so it does do all these things. So there is you actually go online and sign up. And so you make a choice there whether communal cremation or private cremation or what. And so it's
We did too.
the service we use now, and Dr. Salcedo also uses. They do have all these things.
So you still have a staff member that signs out when they
Yes.
pick up the body?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. If you think that's doable, that's great. That's
I
fine
should
with me.
say that yesterday we did make a slight change on E3 disposition service requested by the client. We added comma if applicable.
So on that point, I'm just going to ask Justin if he can pull up a screen. Our legal counsel, our regulatory counsel actually recommended a slight tweak to all the instances, if applicable, just because OAL does not appreciate if applicable. And so we have some tweaked language from Elizabeth on what that could look like. So Justin, if you don't mind sharing your screen.
Oops.
And then Elizabeth, if you wouldn't mind walking us through the tweaks.
So small. There you go.
Okay, so as Jessica said, I just get a little nervous using if applicable ever with OAL. We tend to get a lot of pushback. So I just tweaked the language slightly. It's really technical. It comes to the same conclusion. If you don't like this tweak, if it would be better in a different way, I'm open to any suggestions.
It makes sense.
So the idea being disposition service if it has been specified by the client. So that would just be something that would be included in the log. And that's the consistent change throughout.
I can explain why this is done. So a lot of the services now, when the hospital will have the euthanasia, they actually do not deal with this process after. So the client comes in, the euthanasia happens, and the service will then come and they take the body and the client then contacts them directly. So the service has no idea. I mean, the hospital has no idea what service the client has chosen. So that's why we needed to add this in, because the client makes the choice from that point what services they're going to have with the cremation service. So.
And then Justin, if you don't mind scrolling down to the next instance where we made a change. So those, I think those are the next two. I think those are the only other ones, right?
Yes, I believe so.
The same kind of idea, disposition service, if it has been specified instead of if applicable, or instead of, I think we had requested there. So we changed that to if it has been specified. And then 8, instead of if applicable, we just said if returned.
Can we place if returned to the veterinary premises? Because it could be returned directly to the owner.
Sure. That's what this is all about.
If speakers could use their microphones, that would be a big help.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry, I apologize. I was saying, I think that I don't know that it needs to be. Because it's saying the full name, I mean, it's saying the date, I think it's all, I don't know that you need to
It's a
put,
return.
because it's being returned.
Correct.
So I don't know that it needs to say to the veterinary hospital, right? I don't.
Well, because the thing is, sometimes you don't know if it has been mailed to the owner, then you wouldn't have the date of return.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the regulatory text in attachment 2 to amend CCR Title 16, Section 2030.1 as amended, and direct staff to submit the text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services Housing Agency for review. And if the board does not receive any comments, providing objections or adverse recommendations specifically directed at the proposed action or to the procedures followed by the board in proposing or adopting the action, then the board authorizes the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any technical or non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for hearing if requested. If after the 45-day public comment period, no adverse comments are received and no public hearing is requested, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations as described in the text notice for CCR Title 16, Section 2030.1.
Okay, we have Dr. Tomlinson seconding.
Okay, so a motion has been set and seconded. We would like to open. go for
Can I
public comment.
can I comment?
Yeah.
Or-
Oh, yeah, please.
So
please.
before you made that, I was going to ask about section B, and is it too late now to
No.
talk about B,
Mm-mm.
the addition? So sorry about that. Sorry.
Sorry, I went too fast.
Can you scroll that back up so it's nice and big for whoever's manning the.
Justin, can you scroll back up to B? B as in boy. Thank you.
This is just. So the new addition for B that obviously is done to address some of the concerns that were raised. I'm just wondering, well, one, within the holding period, the deceased animal is not to be cremated. Okay, but that's what A says, because you're supposed to hold the deceased body. So I'm not sure if we need that, but okay, it's there. I mean, we can have it, but it's addressing the issue, but it's kind of redundant to what we've said in A. But then the second part, maybe does it imply that after the holding period, we can use it for research or training, which I don't know if that's the intention. So the question is, should it just be that, right, at no time, can these deceased bodies be used for any purpose?
I think that was the intention, but because it was something that was happening with.
Yes, the concern was when people would, do some procedures on
Yes.
Dead bodies within the holding period without the consent of the owners, right? So I guess with your question, after the holding period,
The question is, rather than saying it during the holding period, should it be more like at any time prior to disposal or just an affirmative that and no deceased bodies may be used for research or training, as opposed to just limiting it to the holding period time? Go ahead.
But I think after the 14 days, the ownership basically goes to default. Then it's basically an abandonment.
So then
It's not their own.
So then it
the
could be used
ownership
for
is not.
education or training.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's different. I didn't know what the intent was.
And just to let you know, this is not a common occurrence. We had one complaint.
Understood.
I guess, Dr. Bradbury, the motion included the amendments, right? Okay, got it.
It's not reflected up there, so I don't know if that.
It was. The amendments were.
But did we want to take out cremated from B? That was discussed.
No, she's not saying this. What was shown for the tweaks are only part of the motion.
I think the question
Yeah.
is, after this last comment, do we want to remove the redundant
Yes.
language? And what do you, what?
That wasn't my question, but.
No, no, I didn't say you.
Yeah.
It was-
Oh, her
Yeah.
question.
Do you think it's redundant? I mean, you're writing regs, so if it would be helpful, I would be fine with it being removed.
I'm fine with it being removed. I don't think it's necessary in that subsection.
So I can amend my, well, we have to see what the language looks like, right? So we have to,
But so by that, you mean remove the dependent clause beginning with within the holding period, comma?
No. Justin, are you able to edit the document? So it should say the deceased animal is not to be used for any unauthorized purposes. So you take out to be cremated. Or, yep. You need the B though. To be used for any unauthorized purposes.
So then, Dr. Bradbury, does that, do you want to amend your motion to include that amendment?
yes, please.
And Dr. Thomason agrees? Okay, thank you.
I guess, yes. Chris is pointing out that it still does not reflect the point of return to the veterinary premises.
So that's.
Right, I was going to follow up on that too, thank you. Is that also what we wanted to amend in E to be, if not returned to the veterinary premises?
I'm sorry, I thought that was already in there.
To make your motion.
That's what I
again?
was saying, and it didn't get, you made the motion, but it didn't get reflected in the paper. So I was trying to make sure that that was all edited.
Okay, so. Sorry, I was just trying to be efficient and it has made it less efficient.
Justin, can you scroll back down to
Apologize.
E, please? Oh, too far. Yeah. E8, one. Okay,
Right there.
if returned to the veterinary premises.
Oh, I see. I thought that was already
Mhm.
just if returned.
You were just being efficient, that's all.
I know. I see. I understand now what was being changed. Yes, and I accept that as well.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Tomlinson, he agreed.
So now we're moving on for public comment for agenda item 6B2. For anybody in the room.
Okay, Bonnie Lutz again. Okay, so I had a comment about what an unauthorized purpose is. And the reason I'm asking that is that I just personally was involved with a situation where a person who died of Parkinson's, his body was given to Cedars. And the family allowed that. And what concerns me is what's an unauthorized purpose here? Like, what if what if there were some place that the owner wanted that body to be given to for research or something like that? I mean, I just don't, I would like more of a definition of an unauthorized purpose. I mean, who is it unauthorized by?
Authorized by the owner.
So we can
Right.
have back and forth right now, but let's finish the public comment and then we can address all comments. Thank you.
Okay. The other comment I have is, and I know you're looking at holding the premises registration owner responsible for more, and I know you're looking at that already, but my concern is, I just want to make sure that when you're talking about the veterinary premises and what they're supposed to do here and what might not happen, that the letter from the board would go to the licensee manager. I'm assuming that the licensee manager is responsible for making sure that these will be followed. Thank you.
Hi, Grant Miller, CVMA. My comments are also to subsection B. That I feel like the wording, even as amended, is somewhat confusing. So number one, holding period is not defined. So if you're talking about the 14 days, well, it's not defined. So it says that the carcass shall be, or the body shall be retained for 14 days. That doesn't say that that's a holding period. It just says it should be held that way. So putting that aside, because I know it's crazy that we're talking about that, but I know how people think. I've dealt with this Practice Act for many years, and I've seen people do crazy things with the way they interpret it. I'm wondering why it would just be within the holding period, because if they say, well, look, for 14 days, I'm not allowed to use this thing for research, but then after 14 days, I can do whatever I want with it. I don't think that's the intention. So back to your public comment, you may want to reconsider just removing that and just saying that the deceased animal shall not be used for research or training without the client's consent. The other thing is that when you say unauthorized purposes, it says it shall not be used for unauthorized purposes without the client's consent, implying that if the client does consent to something, it can be used for unauthorized purposes. So I don't think you even need the word unauthorized purposes in there. Just say you're not going to do research and training on it while it's in your possession. That's what I think you're looking for. I also am, on a general basis, becoming more concerned that we're using the term veterinary premises, because although many times I feel like I'm talking to a wall when I talk to people, a premises is a brick and mortar building. We need to know who is responsible for this. And it used to be the licensee manager, but now we also have owners involved. The law is starting to move towards that. So I think we need to know who is ultimately responsible for these acts when we refer to premises. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all public comment that we have in person. So moderator, could you please open up the line for those participating remotely?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Are there any requests for comment? I do not see any hands. I will turn the meeting back to you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any further discussion about the item?
Well, I guess that makes me, who is responsible for this and how does it, I mean, I see Jessica reading through it and looking, and I'm just wondering what your guys' take is on that based on the language, if it's clear or not. It seems like it's a good point.
I would say it should be under the managing licensee, because the.
But is it clear that that's
Oversight.
the case based on this language and where it's?
So that's what we have to change to identify.
While she's pulling it up, let's talk about B. Are we all okay with leaving it as is, or should we just remove the?
Justin, can you pull up the language, please? So they can see what.
Yeah, I think
Do we just?
I think we need to do something with the language. I agree that
Where we just say, there's no,
I understand the intent in that if it becomes, we're looking for something to say that, yes, after the 14-day period, it's now, but, I
I mean,
understand.
should it say at no time?
Yes, but we need to say that if you don't have the consent of the client, you
Yeah,
can't
at
do
no
it.
time.
You can't do it.
Would research or training be performed on the deceased animal without the client's consent?
I don't remember exactly, but I thought there was some discussion about some of the bodies that weren't claimed going to schools, or that there was a purpose that they were being used for research or training, and that the client didn't need a consent after that period because
Yeah, I'm
the-
okay. I'm actually okay with it like this because I feel like they've basically said, like what, and are we going to say, but you have to cremate it and,
right.
And do a ceremony, or are we, just not to be silly, but once they haven't done anything in that 14 days, it really is sort of,
So I think the protection was really just within that holding period. And like Dr. Waterhouse said, we've only had maybe one complaint, but there was some concern that the animal was used before the 14-day holding period for something other than.
Yeah, and then in that, if we do keep this, then another redundancy was pointed out about unauthorized purposes versus without the client's consent. I mean, that's the same thing, right? Or
Dr. Tomlinson, go ahead.
I would suggest we add in where it says in a freezer 4, add the phrase a holding period of at least 14 days. That way, at least we define the holding period in A and use it in B.
Got it. Well, and just can I amend that?
Oh, sure.
Which is take out at least. Because then the presumption
Perfect.
is for as long as you, so then it would just be, that's the holding period of 14. Yeah.
You got it. Yep.
and then it was just pointed out to me that the unauthorized purposes is a catch-all in case there's something other than research or training. And so it should stay in there.
Okay, so just to help for Justin, you want, where it says freezer 4, and you want to strike at least. And you do want to put in a holding period of.
Perfect.
And then are you wanting to leave B as is? Yes, okay. So then to ask the question about who's responsible, so I pulled up 2030.05. And in 2030.05B, it says the licensing manager is responsible for ensuring that the physical and operational components of the veterinary premises meet the minimum standards of practice as set forth in sections 2030 through 2032.5. 2030.1 is within that. So currently it would be the licensing manager who would be responsible for that. And then when we do the big change, then we would encompass that in there.
Good. I just say yes, I'll say yes.
Yeah, I'll amend I accept the amendments.
I'll re-second.
Okay, so now we're amending the motion, so we have to go back out to public comment for the new motion.
Okay, we're opening up this agenda item for public comment in the room as amended. I see none. Moderator, could you please open up the line for those participating remotely?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Are there any comments on the language? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. Now we go for a vote.
Ms. Pulaski?
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury?
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza?
Yes.
Dr. Maniak?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Dr. Pulaski? Yes. Dr. Tomlinson?
Aye.
Solocito?
Yes.
Motion carries.
That one was a lot easier.
Now we go to the last item from the MDC, which is agenda item 6C. Potential recommendation to initiate rulemaking to amend CCR Title 16, 2032 regarding record keeping and records contents transfer. Go ahead.
Yes, we had quite a bit of discussion on this too. And discussing what was required in human medicine, and the problems, with having, hard copy medical records, versus, the cost of implementing, electronic medical records. And what we ended up, and it was, everyone voted for this amendment of requiring electronic medical records, but not having it start until on or after January 1st, 2031. So that it would read H on or after January 1, 2031. The written record shall mean an electronic medical record that includes all the information as required, and then it goes on. Some people, I'm sure, will look at it that way. Yeah, 5 years to retire, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. No, I'm serious. Like, I think that the inexpensive practice management systems are very cumbersome and not very helpful. And basically, like for single solo practitioners like myself, who I use, I don't have a practice management system. So my things are not time and date stamped. They're typed and electric and or electronic in that regard, but the time and date stamp would not be, that wouldn't be in my records. So I would have to purchase some sort of a practice management system for the small practice that I have. So,
But that does bring up a point, because she's writing a report that goes to another veterinarian. It doesn't go to the client.
You
Yeah,
still
but
have
it's-
to comply with the medical record requirement.
Yeah.
well, I still would have to,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you're not exempt from medical record requirements.
No, but she's writing a report, just like I get a report from IDEX. So that goes into the system. That's time and
But
date.
what
But
it-
when it goes into my system, it's when it's time
We're
and stamped it.
We still have
Yeah.
to have a full record.
Yeah.
I would just say this. So with 5 years, technology advances a lot, even year to year. So we can say that these individuals may have a plan to retire, but you never know what is going to come out. And like Dr. Sullivan said yesterday, Adobe timestamps. You can get Adobe for $200 a year, and it'll timestamp your record. It may be difficult, it may be cumbersome, but for somebody who may not be able to afford a full, practice management system, where, it's an option for somebody. It would work. It would qualify under this, this new regulation. So there are options for people. It wouldn't mean that, that the 30% that are, small animal practitioners that are out there, that it does give them 5 years, and technology advances a lot. So you never know what could happen in this 5 years.
Dr. Maniak.
Dr. Bradbury, because of your unique situation between not using practice management system and having been on the board for as long as you have, do you think that this requirement is an important one in your mind?
You know, I think it would be very helpful for consumer protection. I think that it would be very interesting if we were the very first board of any health profession in the nation to require this. And we have one of the lower paid group of professionals, that is, that are practicing. And so I can understand the desire for this. I feel like typed records might be a good thing. And I understand why the timestamp and date stamp, and it turns out I use Adobe, so mine probably are, and I email things. It may not be the exact time. But the other thing about this is that this is, there's also this idea that this time stamp is so important, but as an internist in a very busy specialty practice, I sometimes wouldn't be able to finish my records until a few days later on the weekend. So that, and then it's going to be time stamped like 4 days after I actually did my physical exam, even though I did my physical exam prior to the procedure that I did. So I'm not sure that this is even helping in some of, yeah, anyway, I feel like this is a little bit over the top, but I also understand the desire for some clear records that we know when things were done, but I don't know that this is the way to go.
As a follow-up, when you receive records, and I think the written records are more frequently from general practitioners, how much better would your ability to evaluate
the case
be if you had typed records or electronic records rather than the chicken scratch that you read every day?
So that also depends, because I get volumes of practice management generated records that are incredibly hard to follow. And I often have no idea what has happened. And it's like trying to, like piece through and then like, oh, there's something. And I can put like a sticky note on this volume of records that I'm trying to interpret. So whereas with the chicken scratch, at least I know what date, like it's like this, it's sequential, and I know that they were seen, and I can kind of see a temperature, and then I can look they have in the back, they have their the lab results and stuff that are printed out separately. So I mean, I would rather have that than some of the practice management records that I get.
Doctors.
Two things. One, if it's date stamped 4 days later, at least we know it wasn't done the day after you got notified by the board. So no problem with the date stamp. You actually did it on Saturday. Cool, it's good. As a programmer, I would ask you to put one phrase in there, non-changeable, because I can go in most of these systems and change the date on most of the records. So you have to say non-changeable date.
A lot of the programs that are out there, yes, you can change dates, but they track changes. So
I know what you're saying.
it's trackable.
I'm saying I can change them without tracking it. So I'm just saying, if we're going to write a rule, we need to be sure to say it is not changeable.
Go ahead, Ms. Orlowski.
Question. Is that?
Microphone, can you use the microphone?
Is it on?
Yeah, I think so. Is it a defined term? Are we looking for a standard of any, like a program? I mean, I know, does somebody have to buy a commercial program management system Because when you say that, that's kind of what it implies. Or are you just looking for certain specifications in an electronic record that we want to specify? One of which would be that it has an auto date and timestamp. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, because that goes to the expense. I don't know what you use,
Yeah.
but
I use Adobe.
but if she uses Adobe, does that qualify as I would say it doesn't, right?
I can change the date in Adobe.
No, it's not about changing the date. It's not a program management system. It's a system.
So
Okay.
we're not recommending a certain system or even a system, just saying that a system that does time and date stamping.
That's right.
Yes,
So
it's not like human
it has
medicine.
to be an
where-
electronic formatting that does X, Y, or Z
Yes.
versus a program management system that implies it's a commercial product.
Right.
Yeah, that's all. I didn't know what the intent was.
Do you have a comment, Christy?
No, I was just.
And I mentioned earlier that I work as a consultant, and in the last 10 cases that I've looked at, I have a suspicion that the records were totally fraudulent. I can't prove it, but because of several things anyway. One, I couldn't prove at all, so I just said no departure. The other two, I have higher suspicion they were fraudulent and just totally rewritten. And so I sent those on to an SME, but I think it's becoming more of a problem.
And the whole point that you're making there is that you feel like it would have been alleviated if that was date and timestamp.
Yes.
Thank you.
So is the objective to find records, create a record requirement that is fraud proof and the additional requirement is that they're electronic. I saw at one point there was computer generated language that appears to be crossed out. So, I mean, do they have to only be computer generated?
We're looking for typed anyway, because legibility is a huge problem as well. Some of these things you just can't read.
So I think you're
Um,
referring to the edit in A, because there's, right now, the current language says prepare a legible, written, or computer-generated record, and we're striking legible, and we're striking or computer-generated, because now we're saying written record, and then later defining what written record means. And so the thought is, in the new definition of written record, it's now the electronic generated.
So it's just not redundant.
Right. So it's not computer generated, it's electronic.
Correct.
Oh, sorry. But is the ultimate goal is so that records that are fraud proof, is that?
So the goal is that it's better consumer protection, because the next treating veterinarian can actually figure out what's going on. And so that if records are sent to us, we can read them and understand and see if there's a legitimate complaint there. And so it's better overall.
But isn't there also, has there been some reaction that if this change is required, that may drive some veterinarians out of the practice, because particularly those who are near retirement age, and isn't that a impact on consumers where we could potentially create a regulation that exacerbates a shortage of veterinarians because they don't want to deal with this new change?
Potentially that could happen, but I don't think it would be a lot. I think, 5 years is a long time. It's actually over 5 years, 5.5 years. And so that, I think by then, I mean, technology rolls ahead. It's going to get easier for us to use. We all learn more technology as time goes on. Goodness knows I'm one of the least technological advanced people here, and I'm using them. And so I think this is this is going to happen. The question is whether it's going to happen in 5 years or it's going to happen in 20 years. And
to add to that, during the stakeholder meeting, 73% of those that participated already said that they're already using some sort of electronic, system. So, and during the meeting as well, the ones that who have expressed concern are actually, some of them are already kind of considering retirement, so we understand that there's a population that may have difficulty, embracing this change, but then the reality is it's already upon us. So we just need to help them through the 5-year transition, so.
And this goes back to, again, it's consumer protection because using electronic medical records, not just for continuity of care, not just because it makes it easier for the board and the case reviewers to look through the information, but it is well known that it reduces errors in the practice. If there's a staff member that can't read the writing of a veterinarian, you're going to have mistakes made. How many cases do we see have record keeping involved? I would say 90% plus that we've seen. This reduces that. And that's why this is really so important.
Well, the
Yes.
question I have, and how onerous is this requirement? In other words, is this currently the practice in the field of medicine on humans in the state of California? Is it already?
So there's no legal requirement for a physician to use
Oh, that's not true.
electronic medical records, but they all do, because for them to get a full Medicare or Medi-Cal reimbursement, they have to. So that's the way they got them to do it.
For Medi-Cal provider, you're required under federal law.
Yeah, so
have an
that's
electronic
in,
medical
it's in
system
the,
that's
it's in the memo, the practice act, the medical board does not have a requirement in law to do it. And it's in your memo too, like by default, they're using them for Medi-Cal and Medicaid. But it's not written in there that they have to, even the federal law.
No,
But
the
there's
federal law
incentives.
requires it. It's not state law, so.
Yeah.
Well, really, I promise you, that's what I do for a living.
Okay, so. And I've just provided what the legal attorney from medical board provided, but it was clarification of what's actually required versus what is happening. So
It's required. I don't think it's required. It's if you want to get paid a certain amount by Medicaid, then you use the medical record.
This was the way for them to require it, to make it so that if they want to get a Medicare or Medi-Cal reimbursement, they have to do it. So they all do it.
So I'm just going to read that section from the memo. It just says, there are no California laws requiring human health practitioners to use electronic records except for the requirement for e-prescribing. However, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009, specifically through the Health Information Technology for Economic and Clinical Health Act under Public Law 111-5, established programs to promote the adoption of electronic health records. It is codified in different sections of the USC and provided financial incentives for Medicare and Medicaid providers to show meaningful use of certified EHR technology to improve patient care, reduce errors, and lower costs. At the same time, it set forth financial penalties, which increased over time to reduce Medicare and Medicaid reimbursements for the providers who did not meaningfully use EHR. In short, the federal law does not require the use of EHRs, but it provides incentives and penalties to encourage adoption of EHRs.
I know this isn't really the purview of the board, but I am related to some MDs who do not take insurance and do not use EHR, period.
Yeah.
So it's not required.
Right.
And
Mayor Mitchell, yeah.
Thank you. I was going to say the same thing. I actually work for a surgeon who does private pay, so, and doesn't use medical records. And not just because, of the getting a new system and all the things associated with that, it's protection of the patient files as well. They're not electronic, and so they're all handwritten. They're all in a file in the cabinet in the office, and so that has been a reason for him to keep doing it the way he's doing it too.
Ms. Pawlowski?
I would just also remind us how many times when we do have a complaint and somebody wants for early termination of probation or anything like that, and somebody comes up and says that I've changed to an electronic medical system. I mean, I can't count how many times we've heard that. And that's how they comply, or that's how they fix their system, so.
Can I just say one last thing? And that's that we keep talking about this from a small animal perspective, and there are a lot of food animal practitioners, mixed animal practitioners, large animal, equine practitioners that are in the field. And I know that there's a way to do this because we've talked about it before, but I feel like that perspective, we're talking about like hospital settings and maybe some solo practitioners, but we aren't. And I know that some of the equine practitioners are the ones that came in and said that this really has helped improve their practice. They are also very high level groups that are, racetrack vets. So that's a little, they have different resources to implement that. And again, it's not that this is a bad idea or a bad thing, but it's a big jump.
So that large animal was discussed during the subcommittees and also during the stakeholder meetings with consideration of applying it to all practices, including large animals. So it wasn't specific to small animal, just to be clear.
Okay. Does anybody want to make?
One
a
last
motion?
question. So is it
Oh.
2 years from, is that the date to be?
No. So they are no longer doing the 2 years. The amendment that the MDC made and that Dr. Waterhouse had, I don't know why I confused you guys. Dr. Waterhouse had talked about instead of that 2 years that's in the brackets, is going to say on or after January 1st, 2031.
So I will make a motion to.
Before you read it, so if we are ready for a motion or if there's discussion, but if you do want to make a motion, I do have a recommendation since we have a pending rulemaking to include it in there. So I have some slightly different motion language that I'd be happy to read for
That'd
whoever
be
wants.
great,
So,
even better.
I just wanted to say that I know a lot of bovine practitioners, dairy practitioners, et cetera, that do not use this. And this will, it's only a little thing, but it will cause them to retire. So we'll see a big spike that year. Sure, we would have probably seen it in the next 3 years after that, but I'm just saying, in that year, we're going to see a big spike.
And just so you know, Dr. Bradbury, one of the discussions was from both the subcommittee and during the stakeholder meetings about why there wasn't an exemption for large animal or livestock was that there's no specified time frame of when they would have to go in and put into the practice management system, and except for you're going to have the inherent 5 days if someone asks for the copy of the records, then they would have to do that. But the thought is if they're out in the field and they don't have any electronics and they're doing a checklist that came up with those individuals who are doing vaccination clinics, or they're out in rural areas, not just for large animal, but small animal as well, that they would then be able to go a few days later and enter it into the practice management system so they were talking about it, just so you know, that's the discussion.
So these people, many of the large animal who we don't have a lot of, are working long hours. They are doing emergencies, and as it is, they're overworked. And so now we're saying on their very little time off, they should go home and transfer records that they've already written to make them electronic and time-stamped. Yes.
I would say they need to use ScribbleVet or some other AI program. And so while they're driving from one farm to another, they can just be dictating into their ScribbleVet.
So I use ScribbleVet, and I spend hours at the end of the day reviewing my ScribbleVet and checking it. So it's a good system, but you have to check over it. So it's just some
Yeah,
thoughts.
it's not that, I don't think it's that easy for them to do that. And but my understanding was that most of them from the stakeholders was that they were already transferring, and it's not like, I mean, they are doing that. It's not, so yeah, there are always going to be people who don't do this. It's always going to be. There's always going to be people that it doesn't happen for. But I don't think that should be a reason for us to not do this because of consumer protection. So
I just, again, just throwing that thing. So you're right. I mean, human health is very different than veterinary health. You're right that it's all tied to being a CMS provider, right? So you're absolutely right about what you said about people that do not accept federal or state reimbursement for humans, don't have to have it. But it is it is a big change. And veterinary practices are very different than human health practices in many respects. I think it's something that will inevitably happen. But there are other, and so I'm just wondering if the time is reasonable. B, is that something that you can impose on a licensed practice? In other words, not the individual, but the licensed practice having that. That's another, I guess, option. So that kind of addresses by a certain date. So that addresses mostly the small animal clinics, I presume. But then and that would require that all employees of that hospital do that, but not necessarily individual providers. I mean, there's a lot of other ways to kind of get there. It could be that all individuals that, become veterinarians after a certain date have to use it, and there's an exemption for not. So there are other options that I just don't know if that's been considered in your discussions.
We did not talk about, veterinarians of a certain age need to do it and others don't. No.
Graduation date.
Graduation date? No, we didn't talk about that.
No, but, or just it gets progressive. Maybe you start with hospitals before you actually require individual providers, which would of course require.
They would have to they'd be forced to use it then, so. If the hospital's doing it, they'd have to do it.
But not other providers.
Right.
I don't, just throwing it out.
Attach it to the premises. I think there's a motion.
Any motion on the floor?
I tried.
Are you ready for it? Do you want me to say what language it could be?
I would like it.
Okay, so if you want to continue, so it would be rescind the prior 2024 motion approving proposed CCR sections 2032.3 and approve the proposed regulatory text in attachment 1. Direct staff to submit the text in attachment 1 as one proposal to the Director of Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review. And if the board does not receive any comments, providing objections or adverse recommendations specifically directed at the proposed action or to the procedures followed by the board in proposing or adopting the action, then the board authorizes the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any technical or non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for hearing if requested. If after the 45-day public comment period, no adverse comments are received and no hearing is requested, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations as described in the text notice for California Code Regulations, Title 16, Section 2032.3. So Chrissy, make that motion.
Yes, I make that motion.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so we now open it up for public comment and. He has.
No, I want to discuss. Up here.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to address Ms. Orlowski first, in that not ignoring you in what you were saying, in that I hear what you're saying, and my concern would be, I don't think we can individualize veterinarians and separate them by premises, because a premises and a veterinarian, it's all going to be the same. But I do hear what you're saying, so I didn't want to ignore you. I didn't want it to feel like I was ignoring you, so.
Not to beat a dead horse, but for the traveling specialists, they don't have, they're, so.
Well, I guess I was saying
These
we would have to
things
say
too.
by premises type is how we would have to do it. We'd have to say this premises type.
And that would work for most of the large animal.
So just to clarify too, sorry, Justin, if you don't mind pulling up the language, because it would be as amended. Because the attachment had in the brackets the 2 years from the effective date, so it would be changed to on or after January 1st, 2031. And then if you don't mind zooming in a little bit so we can make sure that you can read it. Okay, so Ms. Pulowski, are you okay with that amendment? As displayed? And Dr. Maniak?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Just want to make sure.
So I don't think you said that into the mic, but the question was if we are keeping practice management system, and it's my understanding that yes, we are keeping practice management system.
But
No, are you?
Should be
No.
electronic records.
no, electronic.
Also, and is entered into an electronic practice management system that implies a commercial electronic practice management system.
It's
I'm not.
both. Yes, it's supposed, the way it's worded was the intention for both.
Okay.
It's an electronic medical record, but it's
So
still,
it's not medical record, it's written record, because that's how it's worded in the statute and in the regulation that we're defining. So it's the written record.
What means.
So we're defining what written record is, and written record is an electronic record that includes all the information under the section and is entered into an electronic practice management system.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
So okay, so then are you wanting to strike that?
Yes.
Yes, because we're not requiring everyone to have a practice management system.
Okay, so then the proposal then would be to strike, essentially end the sentence, that section, and then Justin, if you could strike, and is entered into electronic practice management system.
Or just say entered into an electronic system.
Okay, so then it's, Justin, if you don't mind striking practice management.
So if I had my records somehow time stamped and date stamped, now I have to find some sort of an electronic system to enter it into.
If you have any timestamps.
And that's my point.
Shouldn't it
The way
just
it's
say written record shall mean an electronic record that includes all the information as required under this section,
yeah,
period?
why do we need to now enter them into something else?
Yeah, yeah.
Not that I'm supporting this, by the way.
And keep in mind, the thing that says timestamp doesn't say that you can't change the timestamp. So
Yeah, I don't know that we need to go there yet, because I understand and I get what you're saying, but I don't know that we need to go there yet. This is more than a baby step.
So just to clarify, I think it also, the system, the following sentence is where you have system as well, because it's a system generated date and timestamp. So if you don't have a system, then who's going to automatically date and timestamp?
can you define the system? 'Cause if Excel puts it in there for me, then it's a system generated.
Okay, so to be clear, yesterday, when we talked about this, we said an electronic medical system or an electronic, because you asked Marie, is a practice management system and an electronic medical system one and the same? And she said, we kind of use that in the profession, the same. And Dr. Sullivan said, well, I disagree because I can use Adobe and it can timestamp and it can be, that's an electronic medical or an electronic system that I can purchase for a subscription of $200, and that would satisfy this requirement. And the MDC agreed. And so and that's what I take away from it, is that I want to make this as easy as possible for everybody without making it a practice. And I agree, they're two different things. A practice management software is something that somebody has to go out and purchase, and it is, specifically for veterinary software, and they can keep all of their veterinary medical records in there. And it's specific to veterinary medicine, whereas an electronic system is, yes, they can do that. They can keep their medical records in it, but it also time stamps, but it's not specific to veterinary medicine.
So then you could strike practice management, leave it in electronic system, because then the next sentence would refer to the system generated date and timestamp. Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay, so then Justin, if you don't mind striking practice management, that sentence remains unchanged, but if you scroll up, I just want, oh, he did, okay. All right. So then the displayed language, I can read it to you. On or after January 1, 2031, written record shall mean an electronic record that includes all information as required under the section and is entered into an electronic system. The record and, Justin, you mind scrolling? The record and any amendment created pursuant to the subsection shall include a system generated date and timestamp.
If I can ask one question. So if I have a paper record system and I PDF them through Adobe, and now they're with the timestamp, is it the understanding that that would satisfy the requirement of the language that we just changed?
So the concern there though, because if you just have a handwritten record and then put it in there, then that wouldn't meet the intent of this, right?
Where in this does?
Yeah, so the intent was to have a typed record, it sounds like, for clarity,
Yeah.
but that doesn't say typed anywhere. And this would, the PDF conversion of written records would meet that, which to me, if we are talking about just having, like what is the overall reason we're doing this? Is it really to protect the consumer? Is it to make our job easier,
Both.
to discipline people? Like fraud prevention, it
Yeah.
sounds like is the main reason.
Not
For the
not
date and timestamp it is.
for the date and timestamp, but the
It's all
intent
for fraud. That is
is typed.
100% for fraud, the date and
Not-
timestamp.
Sure, but not the typed.
Right, well, the typed is different, but that doesn't say typed.
Okay, so then do you want to add typed? So it shall mean an electronic typed record? Ms. Pulowski
Yes.
and Dr. Maniak? Okay, Justin, do you mind adding typed? So second line down shall mean an electronic typed. Oh, sure. Typed electronic record. Okay.
Any further discussion?
Sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
think we're done. Now we open it up for public comment from the room. Yes, I think we have some.
Maybe we should have done this.
Seriously. Okay, so I have several comments. My first comment is, there's a big difference between typed and electric. I have a problem with the term electric. Electric to me assumes that we're talking about a practice management system. Now, if somebody wants to just type their records,
Yeah.
no, I mean, you've taken out the electronic system, management system. But now we're talking about, I mean, could somebody just type their records if they have Adobe and they can date and timestamp them? I mean, that seems to me like that would be okay. But a typed record is not an electronic record. There's nothing electronic about typing a record. So that's confusing to me. I have an issue about the date stamping to begin with, because if the records are done 5 days later, I mean, I've had several cases where the date stamps are automatically put on there, and that causes major confusion because that's not really when the events were done. Just for some of you who don't know who I am, I've probably reviewed in 26 years 5 to 10,000 veterinary medical records. And I agree with Dr. Bradbury. I would say that I see as many, in the last 10 years, I see as many computer-generated medical records that I can't figure out at all as I do handwritten records. Handwritten records usually, even if you can't read them, of course, you get really good at reading them after you've read a lot. But handwritten records, you can at least see the date. I mean, it's usually in a SOAP format, and it's a format you can sort of tell the jargon. There are computer systems where we get the records and then we'll say to them, where's the communication? Oh, that's on a different log. We didn't know you wanted that. Where are the Antec results? Oh, those are separate. Do you want the test results all in one record, or do you want them separated by date? It's a nightmare getting these electronic records. So, I mean, I'm just telling you from a person who does this for a living, I don't see how it protects the consumer by forcing people into electronic medical records. The other issue I have is we've spent a lot of time yesterday and today talking about access to care, basically, and, with the spay and neuters. And it really concerns me that veterinarians who are operating on a shoestring, trying to give veterinary care to people who have no money to pay for it, are now going to be forced into buying a system or learning a system or somehow having to do a system that's going to cost them money that they're just going to have to pass that
15
cost
seconds.
down to the clients. I think it's a terrible idea. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other public comment from the room?
Hello, my goodness, I'm tired. I was just curious for the high volume spay neuter situations where the records are literally a piece of paper on a clipboard. It's a checkbox format. The organization moves on the next day to a different location. Who's going to be responsible for digitizing those or PDFing them? And especially, if we have a 20 to 30 patient volume per veterinarian, I think that's a obscene burden to put on the provider.
We asked them about that, and they said they
No,
did it.
I'm sorry, Dr. Waterhouse, we don't
Sorry.
have a back and
Sorry. Yes.
Okay, we have another
Sorry.
public comment.
All right. Grant Miller, CVMA. Trying to not let this head cold get ahead of me. I think based on what I could see from the written amendments, because I couldn't see all of them, I can make the following comments. So prior to your amendments, I was instructed by my leadership to tell you that the CVMA will be opposing this very actively. But one of the concepts that our leadership discussed was, can we get there with just electronic medical records? We feel that that in and of itself is an incredibly heavy lift, given that 30%, to our knowledge, 30% of veterinarians do not have electronic medical records. And to try to incorporate that in, to learn it, to do it, to buy it, we think that that in and of itself is a heavy lift, but do believe that that encompasses really the consumer protection piece that we can really talk about. So if we are going to just an electronic medical record, perhaps I can tell you something at another date that's better news. If you're going to an electronic medical record system, that will be a non-starter for the CVMA. We believe that that the systems are unnecessary for many veterinarians to conduct perfectly fine practice within a good standard of care. And so I agree with Ms. Lutz when she said, what does a system mean? A PDF, an Adobe PDF, will not constitute what I believe to be your requirement for a system. Here's why. Right now, I keep my medical records in Microsoft Word. If a client contacts me and says, I want a copy of my medical record, I take that Microsoft Word document and I convert it into a PDF. That's today. Even though I've written medical record entries in the Microsoft Word document on an ongoing basis over a period of years in some cases, but all I get is a time and date stamp of the day that I converted it into a PDF. That's not going to help you chase down fraud. So I suspect that if you're hoping that you can hang your hat on that and think that the profession can endure it, you're going to learn pretty quickly that that won't work. Moving down that road a little bit further, when you're talking about fraud and you talk about your own statistics of how many complaints you receive, and of those complaints, how many of them are ones that you actually look at, and of those complaints, how many might involve fraud, you're talking about a very, very small fraction of a percent. Yet you're now going to burden an entire profession of largely abiding doctors to accommodate an enforcement issue that maybe is a very small fraction. Burden of proof is on you. If you think there's fraud,
15
charge for
seconds.
fraud. And play it out and let it see where it goes. But to inconvenience our profession, to reduce access to veterinary care, which will occur, to increase cost to consumers, I think is unnecessary. So you'll be hearing from the profession.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Moderator, can you open up the line for those participating remotely for this agenda item?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Are there any comments on the motion? I do not see any hands. I will return the meeting back to you.
All right, thank you.
Is there any discussion before the vote?
Any other further discussion?
No? All right. Ms. Pulowski,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury,
No.
Mr. Espinoza,
No.
Dr. Maniak,
Yes.
Ms. Mitchell,
No.
Ms. Orlowski, Dr. Tomlinson,
No.
Dr. Solocito,
No.
motion fails.
Okay. That concludes the MDC report. Thank you so much, Dr. Waterhouse.
So that is, it's up to the board. We can take whatever items you want to do. You can go longer if you want. I don't recommend, especially because we have other staff, but you can take items now. We can table the rest that we don't get to tomorrow after closed session. So you have a few options. So you can, yes, you can just in totality, like we've done before we were up against the time crunched. We have waived presentations on executive management reports. And you can still open up to public comment if they have comment on the reports or if there's questions, but we can waive the presentation for agenda item 15. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're going to do that, then I do suggest just quickly opening up 15 to public comment and then move on. Sure, sure. Okay, so moderator, actually, let's go to public comment in the room for agenda item 15. We're not going to do a presentation, but if you have comments on agenda item 15, this is all of the executive management reports.
Okay, for agenda item 15.
So then we need public comment in the room.
In the room, right?
I mean, I'm sorry, online. There's no one in the room.
Okay, moderator, can you please open the line for those participating remotely, just for public comment on agenda item 15, which are the executive management reports.
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on these reports that did appear on the website, you may raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Are there any comments on the executive management reports? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you.
You're
So the plan is for the board, we will table agenda item 7 to be discussed tomorrow, first thing in the morning.
So we can't do first thing in the morning because we're doing petition hearings. You can do it after closed session. You'd have to do it in the afternoon.
Okay, so we'll table it for tomorrow, whatever would work for us. And then right now, if we could finish up agenda item 9. Longer,
I think that's going to be longer than 7.
you think? Well, we will discuss whatever we can. And then if there's anything, I know, if it's gonna be something that we cannot go to, then we'll continue.
We,
And for agenda item 9,
Justin.
Justin, you're up. Sorry, we just kind of sprung this on you. Yes, and then we would like to request to limit public comments to 2 minutes for this agenda item.
Okay.
Perhaps members, for the interest of time, because it goes through each bill. So we don't have to have Justin summarize each one and go through the comments if you all have read them. We can go to discussion of the bills if you would like, for the interest of time. So we could just,
Okay,
yeah,
so, oh,
yeah, so we don't need a presentation on the summary, just the title of the bill, and then we'll open it up for discussion.
okay, so the first bill up for discussion, under agenda item 9A1, Assembly Bill 1733, License and Registration Renewal, Continuing Education.
Okay, any comments from the board members?
I think we should support this.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Oh, second.
Okay, this has been, a motion is that and seconded, so now we will.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Dr.
Pulowski.
Dr. Pulowski.
Okay.
Now, any discussion from the board? Now we would like to open Assembly Bill 1733 for public comment in the room. Anyone? I see none, so moderator, can you please open it up for those participating online?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a public comment, we ask you to keep to 2 minutes with a 15-second warning. And this is for 1733. You may raise your hand to request to comment. Are there any requests? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Pulowski.
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury?
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza?
Yes.
Dr. Manyak?
Yes.
Ms. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Orlowski? Dr. Tomlinson?
Yes.
Solocito?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Okay, the next bill on page 3 of the memo is AB 1999.
Does anybody want to comment on the?
I'll make a motion to support this bill.
Oh, second.
I just wanted to make sure that the public understands that we have read this documents, and so we choose not to comment on them. It's not like we're just rushing through things, okay?
I have a feeling if they've listened to this meeting, they know that we are not rushing through things.
Okay, so no comment. We'll open it up for public comment in the room. We have one.
Okay, I just have a couple of comments. On section 4827C, I don't like the word operation. It doesn't really mean anything scientifically. And as I suggested earlier, I'd really like to see the definition of surgical operation or surgery someplace in the Practice Act so that we can refer to a definition that we can use all the time for that. So again, that's my comment on that. On sections 4846.3B and 4846.4C, could you add the term accusation to other enforcement actions and things that you're dealing with? Because oftentimes I do have clients who take the time to look up statutes and regulations, and they'll say to me, well, they can't do XYZ because this doesn't say accusation. So if it would be a simple enough thing to just add that in. Am I picking the wrong? My computer's off, so I couldn't check, but I had notes to that effect. So hopefully I have the right sections. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, moderator, can you please open it up for our folks online?
Thank you. If anyone would like to make a comment on this bill 1999, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 15-second warning. Are there any comments? I do not see any requests for comment. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vote. All right. Ms. Pulowski,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury,
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza,
Yes?
Dr. Maniak,
Yes.
Ms. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Orlowski, Dr. Tomlinson,
Yes.
Dr. Solocito,
Yes.
motion carries.
Next item.
Okay, the next bill is the third bill on page 4 of your memo, AB 2010, veterinary medicine, veterinary surgery premises, spay and neuter services.
Any comments from the board?
I would like some clarification about how this differs from what we're looking at. And I guess I'm just kind of, it's hard to read through all of these and know how to move forward.
Yeah, so in your memo, I raised several concerns with how this is worded. Taking a step back, for the whole intent of why this happened is because they're essentially wanting to be able to perform these services in an area and not a room. That was the intent of this. It seems like the board is overall supportive of that idea. And so the board could do a support if amended and then try to address the concerns that the board has already discussed today. And then also then could look at requesting one of those amendments being a potential exemption to the fees if they're providing low cost, no cost spay or neuter, because we would need to do that in statute anyway. So you could do it that way. And with the understanding the amendment would only be specific to those services that we already talked about in a separate surgical area. The rest those would be the amendments. So obviously there'd have to be some amendments, but if that's the direction and you want that, then you could do a supportive amended to reflect the discussions of the direction what the board was going today.
Yeah. Rather than voting yes or no on this, could we instead move to have you do exactly what you just discussed?
So I would need a motion to take an official position. So if the official position would be, you would make a motion to do a support if amended of AB 2010 and the amendments would be reflective of the direction that the board has discussed today.
So moved.
If I could just make a comment, I mean, in the current version of the bill, the language, high quality, high volume, or is there some of the issues? We discussed a lot of issues, so it's not exactly clear to me
Sure.
what our amendments are.
Yeah, so it was clear to me from the direction the board was going was to take out the terms high quality, high volume spays and neuters. You would specify the spay and neuter services that still have the 20 of the services that are following the ASV standards. And so that would be, so it basically those services would not be required to be performed in a separate surgical room, period. and then looking at the others, which was the fee exemption
yeah.
for the low cost, no cost.
I felt like some of the discussion around leaving it as the HQ HVSN, it was a valid discussion, and I think that it's a known entity, and it does sort of specify a very specific intention and service, and so it may actually be better to keep that title.
I think with this bill, there were a lot of things that were left out that probably maybe the authors does not or is not aware of the work being done by this board to actually move things forward in the same direction. So I think for the conversation needs to happen, and I suggest that we take the advice to maybe we could support this because it technically has good intentions, right? It's just that the details need to be fine-tuned. So if we could support this with amendments that we would recommend, you know, I guess.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I think that we're having problems with the details, and that's the HQHVSN. So we've got to get through that to be able to have the details. So
I think
here we go again.
I mean, to me, that's just one of the details. The other part is it lacks any specificity of what that alternative site would look like, right? And are we pointing to some guideline? Or what are we pointing to? So the question is, do you support a bill that just says,
No, so the motion would be support if amended, and the amendments would be to reflect the discussions, but
okay, good.
So my understanding of the way this works is that if we say support if amended, they really just see that we support it, and they don't have to amend it, and we're listed as support. That's what I've been taught since I've been on the board. And if we say oppose if amended, it really is showing that we oppose the bill. So they're
Oppose until amended.
it would be opposed unless amended.
yeah, so I mean, it almost would be better to oppose it unless amended if we really want changes and they want our support. Not that they care anyway.
Okay, so then would the motion be amended to oppose unless amended?
Yes.
Well,
Just remind
there
me
wasn't a
previous
second on the motion.
I know, but since he's making the motion.
All we need is a
He didn't-
second. now.
Just
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's no motion, he can make a new motion.
So he can withdraw the old other.
It doesn't need
Draw
to be.
the old and the new one is the same thing, but it's oppose unless amended.
Okay, so your motion is to oppose unless amended to reflect the amendments we discussed today. It does sound like though, now it's up for another discussion of whether or not you want to include high quality, high volume spays and neuters, it sounds like, which to be clear, we've already talked about and had decided not to do high quality in it. So
I don't think we decided, we just moved on.
I'm not sure we're going to get these people to change that. So I'd rather get in front of them, or at least get Jessica in front of them, and say, this is what the board would like to do. And if they say, well, we're not changing that word, they're not changing that word. Oh, well.
And how many of us, straw poll, want to change that word?
Oh,
change, you mean
delete it?
remove
it.
quality.
Remove the high quality from it. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3.
How many want to keep high quality? 4? You're in the majority.
Okay,
So we just don't have to talk about that necessarily with them.
cool. So it won't be an amendment that we're proposing. Cool, so it's an oppose unless amended. Is there a second?
I second that.
This.
So
We're still asking for the standards. We're still asking for them to
to meet the standards, and we're still asking,
So it's basically those services
The
and you
20
want those services,
I think they're
that
already
are-
asking for the 20.
Yeah, they
But-
already have the 20. So we're good there.
but are you wanting them to follow the standards?
Absolutely.
So we would want that to be included.
Yes.
And then we're basically saying those services, so the way that they structured it causes a lot of problems.
Yeah.
I think that we can make amendments to delete those problems by saying those services are not required, and I can work on wordsmithing, but are not required to be performed in a separate surgical area. And that's it. Okay. So do I have a second?
Yes, I seconded.
Okay, so now we open the agenda item for public comment in the room. None. Moderator, could you please open it up for folks participating online?
Before we do, I just want to, for if we have some public commenters for AB 2010, I just want to clarify that if you've already made similar comments on your thoughts related to AB 2010 and the overlapping discussions that we've already had that you provided, you don't need to repeat yourself. You can just say, I'm going to refer to my comments from this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a public comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 15-second warning. Are there any comments on this discussion? I do not see any requests for comment. I will turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. Now we go for a vote.
Ms. Pulowski,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury,
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza,
Yes.
Dr. Maniak,
No.
Ms. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Orlowski, Dr. Thomason,
Yes.
Dr. Solocito.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, next item, please.
Okay, the next bill is the fourth bill on pages 5 and 6 of the memo, SB 1269. And this is the Animal Chiropractic Practitioners Bill.
Can I ask a question? Where is 1269? It doesn't look like it's been to a committee hearing yet, and I think next week is the deadline to make it out of policy committee, if I'm not mistaken. So if it's not on the agenda, is this bill not getting a hearing?
So I'm looking at it right now. There's still not a hearing set. So they may put it on the agenda. They're running out of time. But right now, there's no hearing set. But I still think we should take a position in case it is.
Any comments?
I motion to oppose.
Okay, any discussion? None? We now open it up for public comment for Senate Bill 1269. Anybody from the room? I see none. Moderator, can you please open up the agenda item for folks online?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment on Senate Bill 1269, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a 15-second warning. Any comments? I do not see any requests. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Now we go for a vote.
Ms. Pulowski,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury,
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza,
Yes.
Dr. Maniak,
Yes.
Ms. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Orlowski.
Yes.
Dr. Tomlinson.
Yes.
Dr. Solocito.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Now we move on to the next item.
Yeah, the next bill on pages 6 and 7 of the memo, SB 1311. This is an urgency bill.
I vote to support.
Yeah, but I second.
Okay. Any comments from the board? I see none. So any comments for Senate Bill 1311 from the room? I see none as well. Moderator, could you please open up the line for those participating remotely?
Of course, and if anyone would like to make a comment on this one, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And if you are on a mobile device, you might be having to look behind the three dot other options to find that hand icon. Any comments? I do not see any hands up. I will turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now we go for a vote.
Ms. Pulaski?
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury?
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza?
Yes.
Dr. Maniak?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Dr. Lasky? Yes. Dr. Thomason? Dr. Solocito?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Now for the last item.
The sixth item on page 7 is SB 1445. This is a Healing Arts Omnibus Bill.
So members, it's a little different. We're recommending for a support if amended position to include the amendments that are in the memo.
I'll move to support if amended.
We have a motion to support if amended.
And that was Dr. Thomason that seconded? Thank you.
And do we have any comments from the board? None. Okay. Any public comments from the room? I see none. Moderator, can you please open it up for folks online?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. We're asking for 2 minutes speaking time with a 15-second warning. Are there any comments? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. Now we go for a vote.
Ms. Pulaski?
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury?
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza?
Yes.
Dr. Maniak?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Dr. Lasky? Yes. Dr. Thomason?
Yes.
Dr. Solocito?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess we do have the last item for AB 1558.
So that's just board monitored legislation. We don't have to take a position on that.
Okay,
It's just a FYI. I mean, you can, but it was just an FYI.
all right. I guess we're done with agenda item 9 and 10.
I would recommend if Miss Anna Stiles is still on, I don't know if she is,
Oh,
just
yeah.
because we don't want to, if she's not available tomorrow and she's waited to give her report, if we can move to her.
Moderator,
She is online.
Ms. Stiles
Yes.
online? Okay.
And Ms. Stiles, you should have the ability to unmute yourself with a button at the bottom of your screen. If she has not stepped away from her laptop.
Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you'd like to turn your camera on, you're welcome to. If you don't, that's
Yes.
fine.
No, no. Sorry, let me get set up here. Okay, can you guys see me okay?
Yes. Hi, Anna. How are you?
Good, how are you guys?
Tired?
Working hard.
Yes. And we would like, to hear from you. It's kind of like refreshing to hear from the students.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm just gonna jump right in. The matter that's been at the forefront of everyone's mind at Western U since my last report has been the reaccreditation process. So from March 20th to March 26th, a team from the AVMA Council on Education visited campus and spoke to faculty, staff, students, and conducted clinical site visits as part of the reaccreditation process that the school goes through every 7 years. To my knowledge, we have not yet received the written report of their findings, and the whole process continues into September. But Dean Texas met with students a couple weeks ago after receiving an unofficial verbal report from the COE site visit team, and he shared, again, those kind of unofficial findings, which were largely positive and are supportive of reaccreditation. So that's good news. And then I know that one area that the board has been interested in kind of hearing about in the past has been like what direction in veterinary medicine students are interested in, especially in the context of the shortage of large animal veterinarians. And I found the following interesting. I don't know how representative it is on a large scale, but sometimes it's hard to get those numbers because students are busy studying. But so a survey that was sent out to my class, so the class of 2027, earlier in the school year, returned about 65 responses, and none of the respondents indicated that they wanted to work in food animal medicine, but almost 30% indicated that they envisioned themselves working in mixed small and large animal medicine. Additionally, there were others included in when you could select other for what area you envisioned working in. Like answers that they had received included different variations of mixed practice. So mixed small and exotic, and mixed small, large, and exotic. So, and there is a general concern among students. We really care about the access to care issue in vet med right now. We see that as something that is important and is going to be important for us when we leave vet school and go out into the workforce. So I think it's interesting that there's kind of this increased, there may be like a decreased interest in food animal medicine. Of course, then you have to be specific about how you define that, but there's an interest in mixed and being able to, I think students are interested in flexibility and the ability to do different things while also being able to fill gaps and provide care where there may be less access to it because there are just fewer veterinarians. So again, a small sample size and whatnot, but I just think that's interesting is that when we are looking at this issue, maybe instead of simply saying, are you small or large, which I think we are on a greater scale moving away from, but there is still sometimes that it's one or the other view. I know some schools do like tracking for small and large, which we don't, but I just think it's interesting that there seems to be an increased interest in mixed, and there is a emphasis on figuring out how to deal with the access to care problem. And so I think that might be something to look at when looking into this problem, is including the more mixed animal approach. And then lastly, hopefully this is not a surprise, but this will be my final report as the student liaison from Western University to the board. After this quarter's meeting, I'll be stepping down. I'm starting my fourth final clinical year in June, which is coming up here. And so I kind of just wanted to give some kind of wrap up remarks, I suppose. So when I was a first year student, I was just learning about the board and its role, and I heard the mission to protect consumers and the animals in their care, and I thought, well, isn't that what we're all trying to do? But I really enjoyed learning about the board, how you do just that, and I admire the work you do. When people have asked me about what the meetings are like, I say, well, sometimes we're talking about exciting controversial laws, and other times we're fine-tuning language over veterinary premises signage. But it's all really important for the health, safety, and well-being of consumers, the animals, and the veterinary professionals. I I became the student liaison the first month or so of my first year back in the fall of 2023. Since then, there's been change at Western U in California and in the national community. We've been impacted by political change, environmental change, changes in leadership. Our interim dean became our official dean, and we had restructuring with various associate deans. Faculty have left, particularly faculty who were key in the founding and shaping of the college in its beginning years. And then new faculty, of course, have joined, signaling new and exciting directions. Excuse me. I hope that my reports have been useful to the board and to the broader public. I hope I've provided an enlightening view of how California veterinary students are doing, what we're concerned about, and what we're excited about. I hope I've served as a beneficial link between the California Veterinary Medical Board and Western University of Health Sciences College of Veterinary Medicine. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to come before you and provide a glimpse into the Western U student experience. We are your future licensees, and I only wish I could have met you in person. I hope our paths cross in the future, and I hope soon that I'm no longer a voice over the speakers, but one of your licensees and a helpful colleague. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Anna. You know, I still remember the first time you came on board as a student representative, kind of shy, hesitant. But I tell you, we've seen you blossom before our eyes. You know, you've become more confident and more comprehensive in your reports, which we really appreciate. So, anybody else from the board?
Yeah, I would like to thank you, Anna, for bringing your reports. They're insightful, they are useful information, and you are so professional in your delivery. And so I do appreciate everything that you've brought to the board. So thank you for your time as our student liaison, and I wish you all the best in your career path.
Thank you.
Dr. Tomlinson?
I just want to say your reports are amazing, and we look forward to welcoming you as a colleague soon.
Thank you.
Dr. Bradbury?
Anna, you are amazing, and I just have really loved your reports and your insight and your heart that you bring to this. It's so evident, and I think our profession is really lucky to have you joining us. I'm really excited for your future. I hope you keep in touch in some way. I don't know how that would be, but it would be great to hear what you end up doing. I know that you're going to do important work in your life, and it's just been wonderful to have you. I'm sad that you're leaving, but super excited for you. So thank you again.
Thank you.
I said
Maybe I'll
earlier.
become a subject matter expert.
Hey, there you go.
Yes. In 5 years after your license.
Yes.
Contacting you.
Yes.
Start the clock.
Yeah. Well, as I said earlier, I think this is a great way to end our day. It's been a long day, but seeing Anna and hearing from her, I think it just re-energizes us, knowing that here is the future of veterinary medicine, and this is why we do what we do. So thank you again.
Thank you, guys.
We now open it up for public comment for anyone for the student liaison report. Anyone from the room? None? Okay, moderator, can you please open up the student report for public comment for those participating online?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment on the student report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Any comments? I do not see any comments. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Okay, I guess that would be a recess for this
Madam
board
Chair, if I
meeting.
may, I would recommend identifying the specific agenda items that remain from today's session, and then letting the public know that those items will be trailed until after we reconvene tomorrow following closed session.
So we're doing.
I have it as item 7, 13, 14, and 16.
13, 14, and 16.
Yes.
Yes. Agreed. Yes. So just to recap, we are going to discuss tomorrow item 7, item 13, 14, and 16 from today's agenda. Right. Okay, thank you and see you guys tomorrow.